Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Rouse Baseball's live commentary of the Premier 12. Tonight, we're going to be bringing you Chinese Taipei versus Australia, as this game has implications for the Super Round. It is a battle here between the two clubs that are looking for one of the spots in the Final Four. In the standings in Group B, it is Japan pretty much all but locked up the top spot, or at least a spot in the Super Round. And so everybody is playing for that other spot. And currently tonight, Japan is playing Cuba. If Japan knocks off Cuba, then that makes it a whole lot easier, as both the Latin American countries, Cuba and the Dominican Republic, may find themselves on the outside looking in. But if Australia can get a win here, that puts a loss on Chinese Taipei, then they would even their record with Korea at 2-2. And that would set up the potential for one of those three teams to be able to get through. Now, Chinese Taipei has done their part as they have beaten Korea, so they hold the head-to-head mark against them. And if they beat Australia tonight, well, it'd probably be a death nail for the Aussies, as Chinese Taipei would hold a tiebreaker against them, and there's no possible way Australia would be able to go on. So that is what we're looking to do tonight. We're going to give you the call here for this. We're first of all going to give the starting lineups, and tonight it is Chinese Taipei who is the visitor. And leading off and playing in left field is number 98, Chen Wei-Chen. Batting second in right field is number 83, Li Lin. Hitting third in center field is number 24, Chi Hsian Chen. And the cleanup spot and doing the designated hitting is number 32, Song En Seng. Batting fifth and playing third base is number 35, Chi Kai Pan. In the sixth spot and playing first base is number 85, and that is going to be Yuxian Chu. Hitting seventh at second base is number 25, Kei-Wei Lee. Batting eighth and doing the catching is number 27, Chi-Cheng Lin. And batting ninth at shortstop is number 90, Kun-Yu Chang. And they are going to be facing, for the Australians, it is going to be Mitch Newborn, who takes to the hill, as he will be making his appearance against Chinese Taipei tonight, and arguably the biggest game of the year for the Aussies. Well, now your starting lineup for Australia, it is a very similar lineup, really only one change making his debut. We'll get to that at the bottom of the order. As leading off and playing second base is number 4, Travis Bazana. Batting second in center field is number 2, Aaron Whitefield. Hitting third at shortstop is number 6, Robbie Glendenning. And the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 52, Rickson Wingrove. Batting fifth and in right field is number 23, Tim Kennelly. In the sixth spot and playing third base is number 7, Darryl George. Hitting seventh and doing designated hitting is number 10, Alex Hall. Batting eighth and doing the catching is number 9, Robbie Perkins. And batting ninth in left field, making his debut tonight, is going to be Solomon McGuire. And it is hostile environment, as even though Australia is the home team for this one, it is Chinese Taipei who is the host nation, and they're playing at the Dome tonight, at the Taipei Dome. A full house expected for this one against the Aussies here for a win to go to the Super Round, which will take place next week in Tokyo. Well, those are your starting lineups. We're ready to get this one underway, as Australia has taken the field, and Newborn is completing his warm-up tosses. It's going to be Chen, Lin, and Chen to get things going here for Chinese Taipei. We welcome everybody to the stream, and we appreciate those who've been jumping in and listening with us. Sometimes those of you who are out there may be able to sync our commentary to the Japanese or Korean commentary, depending upon where you're at, and you're welcome to do so. And hopefully we can paint the picture for you and give you a solid call as well. So Chen Wei-Chen will step to the plate here. He'll lead it off. He's 2 for 11 in the tournament. He's got 1 homer and 4 runs driven in, as Newborn is taking a couple of paces behind the mound, soaking in all the atmosphere, as the Aussie right-hander is ready to get this one underway. Batting from the left side is Chen as he digs himself in. He's got that open stance. Australia in all whites tonight, whereas the Chinese Taipei with the blue tops and the white pants. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and we are underway in Taipei City. The first pitch delivered for a strike. Here comes the 0-1 offering. Fastball swung on. This is lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line. As we said, hard to find an empty seat in the crowd for this one here tonight. Although when we watched the game against Japan the other night, there looked like there were empty seats. It was like watching a game at the Kyocera Dome, so a little curious to see that the Australians are getting a lot more love than what the Japanese did. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that bounces up to the plate. The count now goes to 1-2 on Chen. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Newborn leaning in, getting the sign from his catcher Perkins, who works to the set, now delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the right side, falling to his knees and making the play, and a backhand flip to first base. What a play by Rickson Wingrove. He was moving to his left as he fielded the ball. It took him into foul territory. And from his knees, he had to backhand it to the pitcher covering for the first out of the ball game. That's going to go into the books as a ground out. 3-1 for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Li Lin. Well, for Li Lin, he gets the nod in right field tonight. He is 1 for 11. He's got a close stance, and he swings through a fastball that is up around the eyeballs, and the count is quickly 0-1. Lin has no homers and 1 RBI in the tournament. Batting from the right side here against the right-hander Newborn, who delivers a fastball that misses up and in, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Lin. That's a good start for Australia, and sometimes being on defense can have a little bit of jitters at times as there's a fastball swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-2. Sometimes teams will prefer to start a game as a visitor in these type of tournaments because it'll quell the nerves, send the hitters up to the plate, settle the team down a bit. There is a fastball swung on. This is lifted into right center field, running over and making a sliding catch is the right fielder Kennelly. Oh, he got on his horse into the right center field gap, and he was able to make the play as Li Lin is retired. As he is gone for out number 2. So 2 up and 2 away for Chinese Taipei. And that's going to leave it up to the center fielder, Chi Xian Chen. Well, for Chen, he has been absolutely outstanding in this tournament. He has carried the mail for Chinese Taipei. He is 7 for 11 in the tournament, a homer and a couple RBIs, and he has their only stolen base in the opening round. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Chen. Chen batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Newborn. As he holds to the belt and the pitch is on the way, it is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count runs even to 1-1. When I think of some countries like Australia where baseball is not their number one sport, they play at this level and to produce athletes. As that breaking ball misses down, they appeal over to the third base umpire, but they said that Chen didn't go. It speaks volumes about the country on how athletic they are, that they can put forth a group that can compete on the world stage with a lot of top athletes. There's a fastball swung on and fouled right into the mask of the catcher, and the count goes to 2-2. Robbie Perkins took the brunt of that one. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chen. Newborn gets the sign from Perkins, who now works himself to the set. Here comes the pitch. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul over on the third base side, and the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chen. We will keep you updated on the game between Japan and Cuba. Last time we peeked in, it was in the second inning, and there was no score in that one. That game will have implications as well, especially if Cuba was for somehow able to upset the Japanese. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in. The count now runs full to Chen. Waiting his turn on deck is Song-En Seng. As the right-hander Newborn ready to go. The payoff pitch on the way, and it is a fastball that misses down, and that is going to be ball 4 as Chen is aboard with a 2-out walk. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Seng. Well, for Seng, he is 1 for 6 in the tournament. He's got nothing across the slash line. I was thinking of the game the other night that we called between Korea and the Dominican, and just how it was a tale of two halves of the game. The first half was all pitching for the Dominican. They had their starter had a perfect game through 4 2/3, and then they went to the bullpen and they were walking the yard. The pitchers had no command, little control, as the first pitch from Newborn's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count as 0-1. But the point being is that if you can't throw strikes, the walks are going to punish you, or if you're hitting batters. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as the Dominican went to the bullpen last night, the game fell apart. Here comes the 0-1 pitch as the right-hander Newborn kicks and fires. Fastball. There goes the runner down to second, and he's going to slide in safely as Chen. He stole that one on Newborn. Newborn way too slow to the dish. Had a running jump. He had started with 1 foot on the turf. It wasn't even close. Perkins had no chance. So stolen base for Chen, his second of the tournament. As the home plate umpire has asked for time here. And now it looks like that they want the interpreter to come out. So I'm not sure where the home plate umpire is from, but the interpreter is out. And it's very interesting. They've got the interpreter and 4 umpires together, and the home plate umpire had called for the interpreter to come out so that the umpires could communicate to one another. I'm curious to see here maybe if there was interference on the batter who had swung. We're going to get a look at the replay ourselves here. No, there's nothing to do with that. The throw down to second base, everything was pretty clean. So I'm not sure what the discussion may be about. They are taking their time with this one nonetheless. So as this conference is continuing here, as we mentioned before, we are going to be on the call yet again tomorrow. And that may be a schedule change. We are supposed to call the game between Japan, but what we will do is we're going to try to call the most important game. And so not really sure what the Australian manager is upset about. He's asking for something here. Robbie Perkins is also involved in the conversation, as the umpires have come back in again. So here we are in the first inning with 1 ball and 1 strike, at least right now, to Seng. The runner for now is at second base, and we're hoping to get some sort of explanation. But we're just going to have to wait it out here to see what the umpires are discussing. But for now, the Australians, as they are in this one here tonight, as this ball game is off to a pretty good start by their standards, as they got the first 2 outs. Again, we took a look at it. That's what it is. It looks like there was some form of interference from the catcher, and Robbie Perkins was upset because he felt that the batter Seng had interfered, as maybe he was out of the batter's box, and when he had finished his throw, he had hit the bat. That's what it boiled down to, but no such call from the home plate umpire. And to be honest with you, I don't know if that necessarily warranted a interference call, although Robbie Perkins felt differently on that. But it is going to be 1 ball and 1 strike. As now Seng waits on the offering from the pitcher Newborn, and it is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1. So I'm not sure how that pause will work out for the Australians. Sometimes it works out well, sometimes not so much. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is, as the right-hander Newborn gets his sign from Perkins. Runner in scoring position is Chen, who had just stole second base. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball that misses down. It's now 3-1. May not be the end of the world to walk Seng. They do have the open base, and Seng is a potential power threat, though he hasn't had anything in this tournament. Again, the right-hander getting the sign from his catcher as he cycles through and he holds at the belt. He checks the runner at second. Checks him again, and here's the pitch. It is a changeup, swung on and missed. And now the count goes to 3-2 on Seng. Actually, that was more of a split finger pitch than it was a change piece. The ball had a movement as if it would be a change up as it was down and into the right-handed hitter. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Newborn checks the runner at second, now delivers. Fastball misses down and away, and that's going to be ball 4. And Seng is aboard with a walk, and that's going to put runners at first and second with 2 gone, and it's going to leave it all up to Chikai Pan. Well, for Pan, he is 3 for 10 in the tournament. He has nothing across his slash line. He gets the start at third base, and we have a pitching coach on the way to the mound here for the Australians, so we'll just have to hang tight for a second. Another pause here, so the game has been slowed down a little bit. As we look at the Australians, their coaching staff for this one here in the tournament, the team is being managed by David Nielsen. He was a longtime major leaguer, absolutely outstanding. Graham Lloyd is the pitching coach. They're also assisted by Will Bradley, Damian Shanahan, Josh Spence, and Chris Adamson. I remember Adamson as a player years ago. Had a pretty good career for Australia. And just as they have cheerleaders in Korea, they do in this one here for Chinese Taipei. So runners at first and second. The runner, Chen, is at second. Seng, the runner, at first. Pan, the hitter here. He's batting from the left side. 2 gone in the first. Newborn ready to go here. The fans are on their feet. They are into this one here, looking for blood right now, and it is Australian blood they're hunting. And the first pitch is a split finger pitch, waved out and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Pan. The Chinese, or the league in Taiwan, has been getting better. The Chinese Professional League, as they refer to it as. You only have a few teams in the league as the pitch is on the way. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded through the right side into center field. That's going to get a run in, as rounding third and heading home is Chen, and bobbling the ball in center field was the center fielder, Whitefield. He throws it into second base, and it's not going to be in time, as advancing into second is Pan, so he's going to get himself a single and an RBI. He's going to advance to second on the bobble. Chen is going to score the first run of the ball game. It's going to put runners to second and third with 2 gone. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Yu-Sin Chu. And ironically, even though he had bobbled the ball in center field, did Whitefield, the throw, if he would have made a better throw to second base, could have nailed the runner. It ended up bouncing, and he had to take it on an in-between hop, did the shortstop Robbie Glendenning. And the first pitch is a fastball taken on the inside corner for called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Chu. Chu is 0 for 8 in the tournament. He's looking for his first hit, and there is a pretty loose bunch right now in the Chinese Taipei dugout. Crowd is in good form as well. Here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-1. Well, Australia got themselves off to a great start, retiring the first 2 outs, and then it couldn't have gone worse. A walk, and a single has given Chinese Taipei an early 1-0 lead. So here comes the 1-1 pitch from Newborn. He kicks and delivers. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-1. We watched the other night. Warwick Saupold really gave the Aussies a great start. There is action starting now in the Australian bullpen, as they do have a lefty up and starting to throw. We'll get you that in just a couple moments. So here's the 2-1 pitch. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2. Based on what we could see there, it looks like it is number 11, Daniel McGrath, who is up and throwing. Australia losing 1-0 here in the top of the first. Again, the right-hander Newborn holds to the set. And he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into straightaway center field. Should be routine for Whitefield. He's underneath it. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it. And so Chinese Taipei strikes first and draws first blood. They got 1 run in the inning on 1 hit. There was an error, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score through a half inning, it is Chinese Taipei 1, Australia coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this from our friend Eric.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. That's right, everybody. We are cruising ourselves to the bottom of the first, 1-0 for Chinese Taipei. We'll be back in 45 seconds after the musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Travis Bazzana, Aaron Whitefield, and Robbie Glendenning to come to bat for Australia here in the first inning, as they'll be facing a right-hander in Chun Lin Koo. As he is just completing his warm-up tosses, will be ready to resume the action. Chinese Taipei had got themselves out to a early 1-0 lead. It was back-to-back walks with 2 out, and then a single by Chi Kai Pan to give Chinese Taipei this early 1-0 lead here. We do appreciate everybody who has popped in tonight to listen. As we said, we'll be giving more calls of the games coming forward, so hopefully you can join us for those as well, as we do appreciate everybody who has popped in here tonight. So, coming to bat here is Travis Bazzana. He is 4 for 12 in the tournament. No homers, no RBIs, but he does have a couple of stolen bases. The first-round pick of the Cleveland Guardians in the Major League Baseball draft, and you can see why. He is a very energized hitter at the plate, and another piece to the Guardians lineup as they continue to draft and develop and put forth strong players. But Bazzana really is off to a good start in his minor league career, and he swings at a first pitch fastball, and he lines it into center field, and it is going to get down as it's off the glove of the center fielder, Chen. We're going to have to see how they rule that, if they rule it as a hit. I'd personally give him a hit. It wasn't an easy play. Chen had to race in, and he had to slide to try to make the catch, but Bazzana is going to be aboard here. It's a great way to get things going for Australia. Yeah, he had to dive, and it ended up hitting the heel of the glove, and very fortunate that it didn't get by him. If that would have got by him, it could have been extra bases. In fact, he maybe should have had come up with that one, as his glove was just a little bit off the ground. But nevertheless, Bazzana is aboard here, and here comes the first pitch to Whitefield. That he's bunted, and it has popped up, and underneath it and making the catch is the catcher for Taipei, and that is Lin. You couldn't ask for a worse bunt in that situation. Whitefield unable to get the job done. He's gone for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the shortstop in Robbie Glendenning. A little surprised that they would be bunting right out of the gate. Thought possibly they might have maybe considered, if anything, Australia would have been to get a time on the pitcher to see how quick he was to the plate and maybe steal Bazzana over, because Bazzana can run. So here comes the first offering to Glendenning, and he swings through a fastball, and the count is quickly 0-1. Glendenning 3 for 10 in the tournament. He's got a homer and 1 RBI. Batting from the right side, he gets the start at shortstop. Longtime Australian national team player, as the right-hander works himself to the set position. And here comes the 0-1 from Koo, and it's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we mentioned, seeing the Australians play against the Dominicans, or checked at the Cubans the other night, was a lot of fun at our end. There's a fastball that misses inside. It is now 2-1 here to Glendenning. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Rickson Wingrove waits his turn on deck. As we mentioned, we'll try to get you a idea of what that was called, if anything, being if that was a hit or an error. I'm pretty sure it was a hit. They throw over to first base, and getting back in time is runner Bazana. They did award a base hit there to Bazana, so that is official. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch to Glendenning is a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. As we said, Australia needing a win here tonight. Big game for them, arguably the biggest game on their calendar to this point. And at least it gets them into the talking point in the mix. If Chinese Taipei wins this game, then they are pretty much in the driver's seat for the other spot, and almost tomorrow night becomes an aftermath for a lot of those games. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 3-2 on Glendenning. So Australia needs a win here to keep things interesting in Pool B. As the right-hander works again to the set position, here comes the 3-2 offering. It's a fastball that misses inside. Down to second goes Bazana, and the throw is going to be in time. And it looks like that was a strike him out, throw him out. I thought that pitch was inside to Glendenning, but the home plate umpire says not so much as he pulls the string. And Bazana is going to be thrown out, so it's a strike him out, throw him out. It is going to go on the caught stealing. It'll be 2-6 in the books, and that is going to do it for Australia here in their half of the first. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now moving to the second inning. Your score is Chinese Taipei 1, Australia no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. That was not necessarily how Australia had drew it up. We'll be back after this musical timeout. It is a 1-0 scoreline for Chinese Taipei. We're going to give you our friend Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check out his channel after the game, as he'll tell you a little bit about himself. We'll be right back after this.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. It'll be KY Lee, Chi Chang Lin, and Kun Yu Chang to come to bat here for the Chinese Taipei in their second inning. Defensively tonight for the Australians, we didn't go through their defensive lineup, but from left to right field, it is McGuire is in left tonight, the center fielder Whitefield, and the right fielder is Kennelly. Around the horn from first to third, Rickson Wingrove is at first, Bazana is at second, Glendenning the shortstop with Darryl George at third, and the starting battery of Newborn and Perkins as the first pitch fastball misses upstairs And the count is quickly 1-0. 28 pitches in the first inning for the right-hander newborn. As the right-hander delivers again, and it's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. I would think that his leash is going to be short here, as one would have to think the Australians are going to be having to get into their bullpen in a hurry. Pitch on the way is a fastball that misses up and away. The count now goes to 3-0. He just has not seemed to have the command of his pitches in the first inning. He had thrown 12 balls and 16 strikes by our count, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now is 3-1. But he's going to have to improve his strike percentage, and he's going to have to continue to try to get ahead in the counts rather than fall behind. As that fastball swung on and fouled away, it's going to reach the seats over the third base dugout, and the count now is full to Lee. On top of that, he has gone full count to 3 of the 7 hitters he's faced. So pitch efficiency here for newborn, not there yet. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats behind the third base dugout. The count remains full to Lee. Again, the right-hander getting his sign from his catcher Perkins. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses down. It's going to be ball 4. And Lee has got himself a leadoff walk here to start the second inning. And that's another thing that can drive you crackers when the bottom third of the batting order is getting on via free passes. It just is able to set the table and turn it over for the top part of the order. You really need to be able to find a way to take care of this bottom third. Well, this brings Chi Cheng Lin to the plate. He is 1 for 8 in the tournament. Batting from the right side, the catcher of the Chinese Taipei team, and they throw over to first base, and diving back safely is the runner Lee. Lin batting here for the first time. He's in the 8th spot in the batting order, waiting on the offering from the right-hander, who kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on. It is popped up over on the left side of the infield. It's playable. Underneath it is the third baseman, George, and he's there to make the catch, and Lin is in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone, then that'll bring up the shortstop, Kunyu Chang. I'm not sure what's going on here, but the manager for Chinese Taipei is coming out. Looks like he's having a word with the home plate umpire. Not sure what this is about. And again, they want the interpreter, it looks like, to come and have a word, as this looks like there could be some delays here if there's language issues. Curious to see what the issue might be with the runner at first base being Lee. And so whatever it is, the explanation to the Chinese Taipei manager was acceptable as he's making his way back to the dugout. We'll get a look at that again. I'm not sure what it had to do with. It had to do with something to do with the runner over at first base, but we couldn't determine what it was from our replay. So Kunyu Chang steps to the plate with 1 gone here and a runner at first. Newborn holds at the belt and he fires over, and diving back safely is the runner Lee. Chang in the tournament is also 1 for 8. He's got a homer and 1 RBI. It's been his only hit. The pitch is a fastball that misses inside. The count is quickly 1-0. The other night when Warwick Saupold went, he went through pretty much 1 time through the order plus an extra batter. I'd be curious if Dave Nielsen is going to do something similar where the Australian pitchers may only go 1 time through the order. There goes the runner. It's a fastball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Australia, as we said, needing a win here tonight. They can do that. It just throws everything into a frenzy for tomorrow night. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-1. I'm sure not just that the Australians are cheering for them to win. It'll probably be the Koreans and everybody else who's got a shot to be able to get to that 2 spot. But right now, in some ways, Chinese Taipei is in the driver's seat to get to the super round. Of course, that's of the secondary teams. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into straightaway center field. Underneath it is Whitefield. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to retire Cheng. He's gone for the second out. Of course, in saying that, Japan is up 2-0 on Cuba. They are in the first place spot. They win tonight, and their ticket will be punched. So 2 gone here and a runner at first. It brings up the top of the order in Chen Wei Chen. Chen tonight led off the ball game by grounding out to first base. He's 0 for 1. As the right-hander Newborn delivers, and it's a ball that spiked into the dirt, and it gets all the way to the backstop past Perkins. And that is going to advance Lee into scoring position. So this is kind of what happened the last time. We had 2 outs, and it just became a bit of a slog and a struggle for the pitcher Newborn. That ball there was probably a good 3 feet in front of the plate, bounced up and was over the shoulder of Perkins. So on the wild pitch, Lee takes second base. As the pitch on the way is another pitch down in the dirt, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Chen. So 2 balls and no strikes. And now time has been called as Perkins is going to go out and talk to his pitcher. And at the same point in time, and it was also the manager, Dave Nielsen, coming out of the dugout. I wonder if we're going to get a change here. And they're going to change in mid-batter as he has seen enough. So that is going to be the end of the night here for the starter Newborn. As they do have the lefty that was up and throwing earlier. I do believe it's McGrath. But Newborn's night is done. He leaves with 2 balls and no strikes on the hitter and with 2 out as he walks back to the dugout. We're going to take a little time out here as we have a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Here's our friend Steve giving you a pitching change after this.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rodmacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Appreciate you there, Steve. Well, it looks like that the Australians are throwing us a curveball as they're going to be bringing John Kennedy into relief here, as it looked like maybe McGrath was more up to get ready quickly. They had more time to get Kennedy ready, but he is going to be taking over here as the lefty is going to complete his warm-up tosses. He's a bit of a sidewinder, so we'll see what he has to offer here. But he inherits a 2-ball and no strike count on Che-Wai Chen, as he has K.Y. Lee is at second base. So as the Australian left-hander is completing his warm-up tosses, we'll be ready to resume the action here in just a moment. So he is about ready to get going here. He's got one more pitch left. I don't know if he wants it or not. He is going to take it, as the lefty is just about finished here. So scenario is this: 2 gone again, runner at second, 2-0 count on Chen. It is the top of the order here for Chinese Taipei. Just confirming the outs is Kennedy. Kennedy has an ERA of 0. He's appeared in a couple of games. He has 2 innings pitched. He has 2 strikeouts. Does the left-hander as he is ready to face Chen Wei Chen here with a 2-ball and no strike count. So now he gets his sign here from Perkins as he works himself to the set position and delivers a fastball that's taken at the knees for a called strike. The count is 2-1. Now to Chen. Left-hander against the left-hander. Kennedy leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Perkins. One thing I'd have to ask Dave Nielsen if I was asking him questions, why would he take the pitcher out in the middle of the at-bat as another fastball catches the outside corner for called strike? The count now goes to 2-2. You would have thought that maybe that decision would have been made. The batter had come to bat or at least finished the hitter. Really puts the reliever in a tough situation coming in behind in the count. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball misses way outside, and the count goes to 3-2 on Chen. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the left-hander gets his sign from his catcher, and he works himself to the chest position, checks the runner, now delivers. Fastball swung on, chopped back to the pitcher, off the glove of Kennedy. It's barehanded by Glendening, but the play is going to be to nowhere, as that is going to be an infield single for Chen. Chen aboard here, as that is going to put runners at the corners as Lee is stopped at third. And now it's going to bring Lee Lin to the plate. Kennedy's a tall pitcher. He leapt up to try to get the ball. It ended up deflecting off the gloves. Sometimes you're almost better off letting it go, and ended up slowing it down. And Glendening, even though he made the play, had no chance to get the runner at first. And here we go again. The Chinese Taipei home faithful are up on their feet, creating havoc here for the Australians. So runners at the corners, 2 gone. As Kennedy works to the set, now delivers the first pitch fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. I have to say, Kennedy's come in here and he's been throwing strikes. Lefty again gets the sign from Perkins, working to the set position. And he throws over to first and getting back easily in time as the base runner, Chen. So Mitchell Newborn really didn't have the command and control of his pitches here tonight, as the pitch from Kennedy is a fastball swung on and missed. Nice pitch there by Kennedy. He presents a different arm action and arm angle here for the Chinese Taipei offense, as he is really low 3/4 to sidearm. He's not a submariner by any stretch, but he is tall and lanky. So the ball comes out at a little different arm slot. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, lined into right field for a base hit. That's going to get a run in. Rounding second and heading over to third is the runner from first, Chen, and we're in a first and third situation here again. So Lin is driven in the second run of the game. That is going to keep runners at the corners. KY Lee comes in to score. It is now 2-0 for Chinese Taipei. And that is going to bring to the plate Chi Xian Chen. And for Chi Xian Chen, he is one of the hottest hitters in the entire tournament. He walked his first time up, stole a base, and scored the first run of the game for Chinese Taipei. So he is 7 for 11 in the tournament with a homer and a couple RBIs. Left-hander versus the left-hander as Kennedy works to the set position. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled away right into the feet of Chen. Count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Lefty Kennedy gets his sign from Perkins. Now he delivers. Breaking ball swung on, and this is lifted foul into the seats down the left field line, and the count now is 0-2. One thing I'd be curious to know is what the capacity of this I'm guessing off the top of my head, it's probably in the neighborhood of 30,000, as that's what I would guess it would hold, in line with a lot of the stadiums similar in Korea, or maybe bigger than Korean stadiums, but smaller than Japan. We'll look that up in between innings. That breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 1-2 on Lin. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lefty again gets the sign from the catcher. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul into the seats. And the count remains at 1-2. 2-0. Chinese Taipei has the lead here as they're batting in the top of the second inning. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Chen stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 3. But Chinese Taipei does damage again. They had 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the second inning, it is Chinese Taipei 2, Australia no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, but they look like we're getting some highlights still from the first inning, or the second inning that brought in the second run. But we are going to have the heart of the batting order slated to come to bat for Australia, which is Rickson Wingrove, Tim Kennelly, and Darryl George. Sometimes when they cut out, they show pictures and videos, and also of the food that you can get at the stands in between innings. There's a lot of dumplings and a lot of good-looking food in Chinese Taipei. 2-0 lead as Chinese Taipei goes on defense here in the bottom half of the second. And the first pitch on the way to Rickson Wingrove is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Wingrove is 2 for 11 in the tournament. He's got a homer and 3 RBIs. Left-handed hitting first baseman waits here on the offering from the right-hander, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-1 to Wingrove. Right-hander Koo had an unconventional 1-2-3 inning in the first after Travis Bazzana was thrown out on a strike him out, throw him out. There is a split finger pitch waved out and missed, and the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Australia needs to stay in this game. They got to chip away and get some runs. There's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled off the catcher, and the count is 1-2. The piece there was interesting because Bazzana, we got a chance to see what the Chinese Taipei catcher was all about. He gunned down Bazzana by a good 3-4 feet. Aaron Whitefield had the opportunity to try to advance him into scoring position, couldn't get the bunt down as he ended up popping up on the only pitch that he saw. And then, of course, not being able to get that runner around. There's a fastball that misses way upstairs. Count is now 2-2 to Wingrove. If Australia is going to have a chance here, they're going to have to execute. And they're going to have to play small ball to effectiveness here against Chinese Taipei. As the 2-2's on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 3-2. When you look at the Australian lineup, they do have 3 players in the lineup that each have a home run, and we know that Ulrich Bojarski, who's not in the lineup tonight, did hit a home run in the opener against the Japanese. As time has been called, as requested by the catcher there, as I said, there's a language barrier that's going on, as I'm not sure where the home plate umpire is from. I'm not sure if he's from Japan or if he's Korean for this one here tonight, but they have had to have interpreters on both sides. There's a fastball swung on it. It is grounded foul just past the bag at first base, and the count remains at 3-2 to Wingrove. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. As the pitcher, Koo, gets himself a new baseball. And he's ready to go back to work. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball's lined into right field, and it's going to get down for a base hit in front of the right fielder, Lynn, and aboard with a leadoff single is Wingrove. That was a good at-bat by Wingrove. 8-pitch at-bat. And he really was on it here as he's got himself his 3rd hit of the tournament. That is going to bring up the right fielder, Tim Kennelly. Well, for Kennelly, he enters the game tonight 1 for 11. He's got no homers and 1 RBI, and Kennelly steps in. Waiting here on the first offering from Koo. Koo's not a big fella, but has been very effective in his pitches here tonight. The first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. One thing I don't make note of is first pitch strikes. But I would have to say that he would be pretty sound in that department here. From my recall, at least 4 of the 5 batters have got the first pitch. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1 on Kennelly. Kennelly to be followed by Daryl George as Australia looks to get themselves a run back here in this one. 2-0 Chinese Taipei, bottom of the 2nd inning. As the right-hander works to the set, here comes the 1-1 pitch. That is a breaking ball swung on it. Is going to be grounded through the 6-hole into left field. And Kennelly's aboard with a single. So back-to-back singles here for Australia to begin the 2nd inning, and they've got something brewing. And that is going to bring up the 3rd baseman, Daryl George. Well, for George, he has had himself a decent start to the tournament. He is 3 for 9. No homers and 1 RBI. The other night when we watched them play against, was it Cuba, he was making all kinds of plays. So he is going to get himself in here as he's ready to go. Digs himself in, batting from the right side. So curious to see what they do with him. I don't know if I would see him necessarily bunting. We get into the bottom 3rd of the order, that becomes a different story. First pitch is a breaking ball taken on the inside corner for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. George again taps both sides of the plate. Ready here on the offering from the right-hander Koo. As Koo gets his sign from his catcher Lin. He's ready to go here. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball, waved out and missed. Oh, that was in the other batter's box. Not a good piece of disciplined hitting there by George. So no balls and 2 strikes. It was Alex Hall who waits his turn on deck. And then Robbie Perkins in the hole. Robbie Perkins with a one-man wrecking crew the other night, as he is enjoying himself a decent tournament. So here comes the 0-2 pitch here to Daryl George. They go back to the well, and the home plate umpire says he did go around, and that is going to be strike 3, or did he foul it off? George is still standing at the plate like he doesn't know what's going on, but they said that he did go for the pitch, and he is in the books. It doesn't take, we're going to get the look at the replay on that one, and yeah, absolutely. They went right back to the pitch that they threw the one before, and George unable to hold up. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that brings Alex Hall to the plate. Well, Alex Hall is 3 for 11 in the tournament as he bats from the left side here against Koo. The Australians need a hit here. There's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. And one would think a base hit here to the outfield should be able to cash their first run in. So they get the first two on with singles back-to-back, and then a strikeout by George. And Hall is ahead in the count here at 1-0 as Koo works himself to the set. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung through and missed, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Our friend EG in the house, he says, I'm in Taiwan, but I can't watch the game, unfortunately. And he goes, at least he has our commentary. Well, EG, we appreciate you for being here and for listening in. So thank you for jumping in here with us tonight. It doesn't matter where you're at in the world. We have all kinds of people jumping in. There's a fastball that swung on, and it's lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats. Count goes to 1-2 on Alex Hall. Rather enjoyed the tournament. I would like to see maybe some more star power from some of the American countries or the Latin American countries, especially once their season's done. When you look at Japan, they send a pretty strong team. Korea, Taiwan, or Chinese Taipei, I should say, as they call it here. Taiwan is the recognized nation by a lot of people. As the 1-2 is on the way, it is a fastball that misses outside. The count now goes to 2-2. As we said, this game here has major implications for Group B. If Australia was to able to win this game tonight, then it just throws Group B into an absolute quagmire. You'd have Australia, you'd have Korea, and you would have Chinese Taipei at 2-2. Unless something strange happens in that game between Cuba and Japan, I think Cuba's days in this tournament are numbered. There's a breaking ball swung on, and this is going to be lifted foul into the seats, and the count remains at 2-2 to Hall. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sometimes I don't always peek in on our chat, or the chat is a little bit silent tonight, which is okay. We just appreciate everybody who does come in to tune in to listen. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander again works to the set. Checks the runner at second. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down. It's now 3-2 to Hall. So the runner at second is Wingrove. The runner at first is Kennelly. Full count here to Hall. As the catcher, Lynn, has made his way out to the mound to have a word with his right-hander. Robbie Perkins waiting on deck. Perkins was an absolute assassin the other night. Could not have had a better ball game. He was a one-man wrecking crew for the Australians, and they're going to need some help from different people here tonight if they're going to want to overcome this 2-0 deficit that they face here against Chinese Taipei. So again, Hall digs himself back in, ready to face the pitch here from Koo. And the 3-2 is on the way. Here comes the offering. He kicks and delivers. That is a breaking ball swung on and missed and fouled away, and the count remains at 3-2 to Hall. Ourselves here tonight, as we said, we're pretty pleased to be able to get the call for this one here for you guys. As I said, we going to try to do tomorrow, but I'm going to change up our game. We have a Japan game scheduled tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to end up calling something different. We haven't decided what that will be as of yet, but more than likely we are going to make the call of one of the more competitive games tomorrow, which will have implications for the Super Round. And once tonight's games are done, there will be some more clarity for that. As the 3-2 pitch is on the way, there is a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called third strike. Oh, Hall stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 2. And that is going to leave it all up to the catcher, Robbie Perkins. Now, for Perkins, he's only 2 for 10 in the tournament with the homer and 4 RBIs, but you have to say he was very clutch the other night as he steps in here looking to do some damage for the Australians. They don't want to squander this opportunity. With Wingrove and Kennelly aboard. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball that misses for ball 1, and the count is 1-0 to Perkins. Australians in the hole here, 2-0. As the right-hander Koo gets his sign from his catcher Lin again. As he works himself to the set position. Checks the runners. And now he kicks and fires. And there's a breaking ball. Waved at and missed. The count goes even at 1-1. Perkins swung at ball 2 there. One thing I will say is that the Australian hitters at this part here, certainly Darryl George, some of the others in the bottom part of the order when Pajarski was around the other night, just don't have the discipline to stay off some of those pitches. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Perkins. It looks like they're going to live away again here are the Chinese Taipei. The pitch is on the way. It is a breaking ball, waved at and missed. And now the count goes to 1-2. As we mentioned the other night, Perkins being that one-man wrecking crew. But they could use him here. This is a really clutch situation. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Koo works again to the set position. Here comes the offering. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal to the first base umpire, but they say Perkins didn't go, and that runs the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Perkins steps out of the batter's box, ready to dig himself back in. Runner at second, Wingrove. Runner at first, Kennelly. 2 gone here in the second. Australia threatening. Pitcher Koo ready to go back to work again here as he gets the sign from his catcher. Now he works to the set position. And the 2-2 on the way. It is a breaking ball down and away. Again, they appeal over to the first base umpire. And this time they get the call as Perkins is down on strikes. So Koo allows 2 singles to start the inning, back-to-back to Wingrove and Kennelly. And then he goes on to strike out the side as he gets George, Hall, and Perkins all on strikes. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left aboard. We are now through 2 complete. Your score is Chinese Taipei 2, Australia no score. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We're going to take this musical time out, and we'll be back with all the action right after this. Hang with us. You'll enjoy the ball game tonight along with you. It is a 2-0 game for Chinese Taipei over Australia. We're in the innings break, moving to the top of the third. Here's some sights and sounds from Japan. If you've ever been to Asian baseball, this is what it looks like. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the third inning, and it is going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for Chinese Taipei in inning number 3. It'll be Song En Seng, Che Kai Pan, and Yu Xian Chu. We appreciate everybody who has popped in here tonight. Our friend Doris says she is in the U.S. We appreciate everybody who does come into the stream tonight, as we do have a bunch of people that are here listening. It is going to be Seng stepping to the plate. He does not have an at-bat officially tonight, as he faces Kennedy for the first time. And it's a fastball that misses up and away for ball 1. He walked his first time up. He was stranded at third. So 1 ball and no strikes as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Seng. Kennedy came on in relief of Mitch Newborn back in the second inning, as the pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and now the count goes to 2-1. Came in a difficult situation as he had to face Chen Wei Len in the middle of an at-bat. And there is a fastball that just misses down and away, and the count now goes to 3-1 on Seng. He was able to wiggle himself out of that jam and unfortunately had allowed a run as the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses outside, and that is going to be ball 4, as Seng is going to get his second free pass of the night. So base on balls for Song En Seng. And now it's going to bring up the third baseman, Chi Kai Pan. If you're going to point to something tonight for the Australians that is going to be the early killer here, and to me it's pretty obvious, it is the base on balls. So far they've issued 4 free passes in the first 3+ innings. If they can't get that under control, it is going to be a tough night here against Chinese Taipei, which it already is. So Seng aboard here with a walk. That brings Pan to the plate. Pan is 1 for 1 tonight. He singled and drove in the first run of the ball game. He squares to bunt and he drags it down the first baseline. Getting off the mound is Kennedy. He fields it and he throws it down the right field line. That's going to be trouble. Racing all the way around to third is Seng, and making his way to second is going to be Pan, and that's going to be an error charged to the pitcher. So Pan is going to go to second base. All the way around to third is Seng, and the crowd is in a frenzy here as the Australians coming apart defensively at the seams. That is the second area. That was a really routine play, and they should have been able to get the out. But Pan is now at second, Seng at third, and it's going to bring Yu Xian Chu to the plate. And the crowd is just feeding off of this. Unbelievable. So Chu 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to center field to end the first inning. He's 0 for 9 in the tournament, looking for his first hit. As the left-hander gets the sign from Perkins, as he's ready to go to work. The first pitch on the way. Fastball that misses outside, and the count is quickly 1-0. You couldn't pick a worse time for the defense, or the shoddy defense, to show up. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. As we said, this might be the biggest game on the Australian calendar for this particular season, and it is an absolute hostile environment. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Lefty Kennedy works to the set. And here's the pitch to Chu. It's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now runs even to 2-2. Kaiwei Lee waits his turn on deck as the lefty here gets the sign again from Perkins. And now he steps off the backside of the rubber, and they're going to cycle through the signage, and we'll do it all over again. Again, the lefty working himself to the set. Now's the pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled off right at home plate. God, it looks like it got both Perkins and the umpire. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out here. Runners at second and third. Infield is in here for Australia, although Glendening is in the pocket of the runner at second base. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, popped up into shallow center field. Racing hard is Whitefield, coming in still hard. He makes the catch, and that is not going to be deep enough to get the run home. It's going to be a fly out to center for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here, and that is going to bring up the second baseman, Kaiwei Lee. So a deep sigh of relief there for the Australians, as that ball wasn't deep enough, and I'm not sure how well Seng really runs. The big fella doesn't look like he's the most mobile. He certainly wasn't going to test the arm of the center fielder from that distance. So that brings Kaiwei Lee to the plate. He does not have an official at bat tonight, as he walked his first time up. He did come around to score the second run of the game for Chinese Taipei. That's a big situation right here. Keep the game close. So Kaiwei Lee batting here. He is 1 for 8 in the tournament, and nothing across the slash line. So left-hander versus the left-hander. As Kennedy kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and tapped foul right at the feet of Perkins, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Often wonder why the Chinese Taipei don't produce or haven't produced many big league players. They have over time, and there are some that are currently in major league systems. As the pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away right at home plate off the glove of Perkins, and the count now is 0-2. Physical size might be one thing. There are certain players that are not physically built like the Latin American players or the North Americans that can impact the game, especially from throwing velocity. When you look at some of the Dominican players that are throwing 90-plus miles an hour, 95-plus across the infield. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a fastball taken at the knees for a called third strike. Oh, that was a big strikeout there by Kennedy, as he has retired Lee for the second out of the inning. I'm not sure what he was looking at. He's gone for out number 2, and it's going to leave it all up to the catcher, Chi-Cheng Lin. That said, some of the other attributes of the Asian game is the speed. Well, that's going to bring Dave Nielsen out of the dugout. Nielsen on his way to the mound. He's going to give Kennedy a pat on the back, and that's going to be the end of the night for him, as he ended up facing 6 batters. He inherited 1 for a 7th, but that would have been charged to him. So with 2 gone and 2 on here, the Australians going back to the bullpen. Chi-Cheng Lin is coming to bat, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll take a little time out here, and we'll be back right after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game.
My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change, and the Australians are going to the right-hander Cone Wynn, who is coming on in relief, as he will be entrusted to face Chi Cheng Lin. So Cone Wynn we saw him the other night. He was impressive in a relief outing. Our friend God is great in the house. That would be Titus. We appreciate you for being here. He says he's watching the Japan-Cuba game on TBS. And he says to our friend E.G., Ni hao ma. So we welcome him to the stream. So Wynn is just completing his warm-up tosses and will be ready to resume the action in just a moment here. So to set the table for you, Seng is the runner at third. He led off with a walk. And then Pan reached on an error by the pitcher when Kennedy came off the mound to field the ball. He fired it down the right field line. So 2 1/3 innings pitched so far in the tournament for Wynn, and he has 3 strikeouts, and he's got himself an ERA of 3.86. But then Kennedy responded, and he was able to get the next 2 batters on a flyout and a strikeout, but he is going to be facing the catcher Lin here with 2 gone and 2 on. So a difficult spot here for the right-hander to enter into. High leverage position and only in the top of the 3rd inning. So the right-hander gets the sign as he works to the belt. And there is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. There is another left-hander up and throwing in the Australian bullpen. One would think they're going to have to empty the tank on everything tonight. Anybody who's available will probably be pressed into service if needed. Already 3 pitchers used, and we're only in the 3rd. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted foul, and the count goes even to 1-1 on Lin. I often say hitters might get 1 pitch to hit in at bat. If it's any good, and that pitch might have been it right there for Lin. That looked like a pretty good fastball. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As again, the right-hander leans in, gets the sign from Perkins. He works himself to the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. If you guys are looking for the live commentary during the NPB season, we call a lot of the NPB games, as we do enjoy that late night baseball. So if you guys are around, hopefully you guys are there. Our friend God is great asked if we were keeping up with the Japan-Cuba game. Last time we checked in, Cuba had cut the lead to 2-1, so I haven't peeked in at that in a little bit or so. It would be of great service to the rest of the field if Japan could knock out Cuba here tonight. Breaking ball swung on, grounded over to short. Glendening on the backhand fields it. He throws to first. And that is going to do it, and as that is going to be a ground out 6-3. So Chinese Taipei threatened, but they don't score. No runs in the inning. There was no hits. There was an error, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 3rd. Chinese Taipei 2, Australia no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. I'll give you guys some Japanese cheerleaders for your enjoyment. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat for Australia in the third inning. That means Solomon Maguire, Travis Bazana, and Aaron Whitefield to face the starter Chin Lin Koo, who will be on for inning number 3. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for Chinese Taipei. No runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. Currently charged to Australia. We had Australia for a couple, but I guess they didn't see it quite the same way. I'm not sure why that was the case. Certainly that bobble in the first inning should have been an error, as was the one in the first or the last inning by the pitcher, but that is where we stand right now. So here comes the first offering to Maguire. This is his first appearance of the tournament, and it's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-0. As we mentioned before, pretty much the same lineup every night for the Australians. Ulrich Bajarski getting the night off tonight, as Maguire is getting his first opportunity in the tournament. And the fastball taken on the inside corner for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander against the left-hander. Koo delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble, and it is going to be gone. A home run as Australia has on the board for the first time. And what a way to announce your presence to the tournament, as Solomon Maguire has hit a solo shot to cut the lead in half and to silence the crowd in Taipei City. The score is now 2-1. And that is exactly what the Australians needed to get back into this ball game. Unbelievable. So 2-1 is the scoreline on the home run by Maguire. That brings Travis Bazana to the plate. Bazana is 1 for 1 tonight. He singled his first time up, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls that one off down the third baseline, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Bazana. That ball there, you could tell right at the crack of the bat off of Maguire that ball was going to leave the yard. Fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. That's a huge home run for Australia. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting second baseman of the Aussies. 5 for 13 in the tournament. He is advertised as a hitter, and he is not disappointed so far. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted to deep left field, racing back on the warning track and making the grab up against the wall is the left fielder Chen. Oh, Bazana went the other way, stayed inside the baseball well, sending the defender all the way back to the deepest part of left field he could get to. And unfortunately for Australia, Bazana is going to go on the books for the first out of the inning. 1 gone, and that'll bring up the center fielder Aaron Whitefield. Well, for Whitefield, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He popped to the catcher trying to sacrifice down a bunt in the first inning. And he takes a fastball on the inside corner for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Whitefield 4 for 13 in the tournament, as the right-hander Koo ready to go. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into right field, but camping out underneath it with plenty of room is Lin, and he makes the catch, and that is going to retire Whitefield for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and that's going to leave it up to the shortstop, Robbie Glendenning. Well, for Glendenning, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out in the first inning, 3 for 11 in the tournament. As the pitch from Koo is on the way, it's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Koo again getting the sign from his catcher, Lin, and he's ready to go back to work. The 1-0 on the way. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on, and this ball is going to be hook-barreled foul into the left field corner. And the count runs even to 1-1. I got to tell you, this half inning here, The Australians have absolutely hammered the baseball against Koo. It is like they know it's coming, and they have hit some balls hard. Even the outs have been hard here in this half. So 1-1 it is to Glendenning as the right-hander works himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball that misses, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2-1 to the Australian shortstop. As we mentioned, we're going to alter our schedule for tomorrow night's games, as we'll give you the most competitive one that we can give, as that fastball is swung through and missed, and the count goes to 2-2. If Australia loses tonight, for all intents and purposes, their tournament will be over, with the exception of the game to be played tomorrow. But if they can get a win here tonight, it just throws this whole group into a very, very wild mix. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and Glendenning goes into the books for the second time tonight via the strikeout. He's out for out number 3. But the big blow in the inning, a solo shot off the bat of Solomon McGuire. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your score as we move to the top of the 4th inning. It is Chinese Taipei 2, Australia 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in a little bit with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 9-1 and 2 hitters in the batting order to come to bat for Chinese Taipei in the top of the 4th inning. It'll be Kunyu Ching, and then it'll be the top of the order, Chen Wei Chen and Li Lin, as they have themselves a 2-1 lead here against Australia. A solo shot in the bottom half of inning number 3 out the bat as Solomon McGuire has cut the lead to 2-1. And we've got ourselves an entertaining affair brewing here in Taipei City. That is exactly what the Australians needed, is to be able to get a run back and to keep this game as a 1-run ball game. So we'll see what they have up their sleeve. And as we said earlier tonight, we expect a full-on pitching staff to be used tonight. It is Cohen Wynn who is in the ball game. He is the 3rd pitcher used tonight by the Australians. As he came in to get the last out of the last inning, he delivers a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander Wynn getting the sign from his catcher Perkins, as Perkins works off a 1 knee, sets up inside, and the pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. That last pitch was at 91 miles an hour on the gun, so 0-2 he is ahead here to Cheng. Right-hander works again to the set. Pitch is on the way. There's a fastball that comes inside and has hit the batter. It can't be anything worse. Perkins is asking the home plate umpire to get some help because he thinks he swung at it. But the home plate umpire is saying no. I want to see if they're going to get together and talk about this before they send him down. Let's see what happens here. We're going to get a look at the replay. The pitch came in. And I don't know if Perkins has got the case here. That pitch came in and hit him, and it hit him in a bizarre spot. He's a right-handed hitter, and it hit him in the right bicep. He pretty much avoided all the contact of the ball and everything. I don't think he swung. I don't think he would have been around on a check swing. But the left fielder, if he throws with his right hand, I'll have to go and take a look. I'm not sure what handedness he throws with. But Cole Winn is coming off the field. I don't know if they're going to the bullpen here or if he's going to get some maintenance or if he's going to talk to his coaches. But that looks like it's going to be the end of the night for Winn. It looks like we're going to have ourselves a pitching change. And we've got ourselves a little break in the action here again. Hang tight, everybody. A hit by pitch to start the inning, and we'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here tonight with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Chinese Taipei has a runner at first, nobody on. We'll be back in just a moment after this from our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. It is going to be a left-hander. It's going to be Lewis Thorpe who is coming into the ball game to replace Cohen Winn as the left-hander is completing his warm-up tosses. I think it was only 8 pitches for Winn, if I'm not mistaken here, or is it 7 pitches where he was at? 7 pitches for Winn as he was able to get the final out of inning number 3, but then he drills Kun-Yu Chiang to start the 4th inning. It'll be Chen Wei Chen, the top of the order, who will come to bat to face the lefty here. It'll be the 3rd pitcher he's faced tonight in as many at-bats, as Thorpe is completing his warm-up tosses, as we'll be ready to resume the action here in just a couple moments. So Chinese Taipei looking to get that run back with the runner at first, nobody out. I would expect in this situation it would be a full-on bunting situation, as they are also bringing the lefty in, have to keep that runner close. But the crowd here is enthused yet again. Thorpe has worked 2/3 of an inning. He's allowed 2 walks, and he's got an ERA of 13.50. That is not exactly what you call for, but he is getting the opportunity here to face Chen. So the lefty works himself to the set position. And here comes the first offering. Squaring to bunt is Chen, but he's going to take that for a pitch outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. As we had signaled earlier, 4 walks in the first 3 innings, and now a hit batter. So that is a problem here for Australia, being able to throw strikes and have command of the pitches. Certainly for Cohen Winn, who was ahead in the count at 0-2. Makes it even a bit bitter pill to swallow. There's a fastball that is an attempted bunt by Chen, but he's missed at that one, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Chen Wei Chen. Interesting that the crowd usually rises to their feet when they get 2 out runners in scoring position. They're nestled in right now. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. They're into the game, the fans here in Taipei City, and why wouldn't you be? Home team, even though they're not the home team in this one. A win tonight could almost assuredly punch their ticket into the super round. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined right to the 3rd baseman. He makes a great catch, does George. He goes across the diamond, and it's going to be a double play. Oh, what a fantastic play. Although we're going to have to hold up on this as the Chinese Taipei team wants to maybe have a look at it. Oh, what a fantastic play by the third baseman. He was in on the proverbial AstroTurf grass, and it doesn't look like they're going to do a replay on this one. A line drive double play, absolutely scorched by Chen. It's going to go in the books as a 5-3 double play. As it retires Cheng on the backside over at first base for the second out. So great job there by the third baseman, Darryl George. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Lee Lin. We've had some outstanding plays and some really timely ones at that here in this ball game tonight. And there's another one you can add to that mix as that first pitch fastball misses outside. Lee Lin tonight is 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also driven in a run. And he pitches a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. If that ball was just a little bit higher, it would have been driven into the corner, and we'd have a whole different scenario. As the 2-0 on the way, it's a breaking ball swung on. This is grounded through the 6-hole into left field. And Lin is going to get himself aboard, and that is a base hit here that has got a runner now at first with 2 gone, and it'll bring up the 3-hole hitter in Chi Xian Chen. Well, for Chen, he is officially 0 for 1. He struck out looking his last time up. He has walked, stole a base, and scored a run. I also want to point out the first baseman, Rickson Wingrove, made an outstanding catch to be able to haul that ball in. He had to really stretch and fight off that runner who was getting back to the bag. Held his ground to be able to complete the double play. As they throw over to first base and diving back is the runner Lin. In the series now, 7 for 12 is Chi Xian Chen. As the pitch here on the way from the lefty Thorpe, as a fastball that comes inside, and the count is 1-0, backs Chen off the plate. So 1 ball and no strikes. Again, as the lefty works himself to the belt position, he checks the runner over at first, checks him again, and now delivers. Breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. It is Chinese Taipei and Australia here in the top of the 4th inning. With 1 on and 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. Instead, they go over to first base, and diving back again safely is the runner Lin. He did have him leaning a little bit towards second base. I can see why they didn't do the replay at that double play, as they were able to get him by about a half a step. So again, the lefty working himself to the set position. And again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back is the runner Lin. They have got to keep their eye on him. They do think he can run. As we mentioned, there's only been 2 stolen bases for Chinese Taipei, and both have come from the batter, Chi Xian Chen, in the tournament. And personally, I would have expected a lot more running from the Chinese Taipei ball club. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball down. There goes the runner, the throw down. And it is not in time as the runner is able to get under the slide. It is a stolen base here for Lin. So the Australians knew that they were up to something. So safe at second is the runner Lin. That's the second stolen base of the game tonight. That puts him in scoring position with 2 gone, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Chen. That last pitch was a ball. So the lefty again working himself back to the set position. He checks the runner at second. Checks him again, now kicks and delivers. Breaking ball, waved that and missed, and the count goes to 2-2 on Chen. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Thorpe looking to get himself out of this predicament as he works himself to the belt. Checks the runner at second. Checks again, now delivers. Breaking ball down. Nice stop there by the catcher Perkins. Runs the count now to 3-2 on Chen. Waiting on deck is Song En Seng. He is a big fella there. As we said, he's got some pop in the stick. So they first of all got to get through this hitter Chen here. As it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Thorpe holds set at the belt. And now he steps off the backside of the rubber, and we're going to cycle through the signs again. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it remains as the lefty again leans in, gets the sign from Perkins. Payoff pitch ready to come here. Checks the runner, and now he kicks and fires. Breaking ball swung on and tapped foul over on the third base side. And we're going to do the 3-2 pitch all over again. It's been an entertaining affair here tonight through the first 3+ innings of the game as we're in the top of the 4th. Australia fell behind early 2-0, and then they were able to get the run back on the Solomon Maguire home run in the bottom half of inning number 3, and that's where we stand right now. And now time has been called as the lefty Lewis Thorpe has summoned the catcher Perkins to the mound, as they want to have a little confab here to go over the signs. They might as well just tell him what to throw right here. Don't have to worry about all the rest of the stuff that's going on. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Or sorry, 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. 2-1 is the scoreline for Chinese Taipei over Australia. And if they can get Chen here, they keep the momentum and get back on the sticks, will the Aussies. So here we go. That conference is over as the plate umpire had come out to break it up. And Thorpe ready to deliver. 3-2 on the way. Oh, fastball that bounces into the right-handed batter's box. And that is going to be ball 4. And as we said tonight, that is going to be the Achilles heel of the Australians is the base on balls. That is the 5th walk issued here tonight. On top of that, a hit batter as well. So 6 times tonight, the Chinese Taipei Ball Club has been issued some sort of free pass. And that is going to bring up the big fella, Song En Seng. And for Seng tonight, he doesn't have an official at bat. He has walked both of the times he's come to the plate. And now the crowd is back on their feet again. They can sense blood. It is like sharks in the water. Seng here, ready for the first offering. He is 1 for 6 in the tournament. But as we said, on base tonight, twice on base on balls. And now Thorpe has exceeded maybe too much time from the batter here as the batter Seng has called time. He steps out and resets himself, and now we're ready to go again. And now the catcher Perkins has asked for time as he runs out to the mound. That's the one thing I don't believe in this tournament that they have or mound visits or a limit like they do in Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball, they had the mound visits to limit the number of times that they could come out, but certainly the atmosphere at the Taipei Dome, it is not an empty seat to be found. We saw the game between Korea and Japan the other night. There were lots of empty seats. It looked like a game that was being played at the Kyocera Dome in Osaka, as they regularly don't always have full house or full attendance. So here comes the offering now from Lewis Thorpe as he works himself to the belt. And the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Seng. What point in time they're going to have to pitch to Seng or give him something to be able to hit here. As the lefty again holds set, checks the runner at second base. Again, he checks the runner at second, and the pitch is on the way. It is a fastball that misses inside. Count now goes to 2-0 on Seng. Again, action starting to happen in the Australian bullpen as they have a couple of their pitchers that are up and stretching out. So 2 balls and no strikes as the lefty holds to the set. Checks the runner, now delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Seng. Nice pitch there by Thorpe as he had the batter out in front. So again, Seng waggling the bat, waiting here on the 2-1 pitch. Runners at first and second, 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Australia looking to get out of another jam here as the lefty works to the set position. Checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball again, swung on and missed, and now the count goes to 2-2 on Seng. I wouldn't call them particularly hard sliders, but they were back foot breaking balls in particular here to Seng. Nice pitches there, and in fact, I would probably go right back to the well again if I was Lewis Thorpe. We'll see what Robbie Perkins has in mind here. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. They set up inside again, and they go right back to that same pitch, and it's going to be down and in. This time too far in, and it's now 3-2 to Seng. Well, the runners are going to be in motion here as it's full count and 2 gone. As the right-hander is waggling the bat, the lefty gets his sign, and he works himself to the set position. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, lifted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. And it's over the head of the left fielder, McGuire, and it's off the wall. Run is in. And 2 runs are in, and it's going to be a double for Seng as he clears the bases. And they have now doubled the lead to 4-1. That ball was absolutely scorched. And you could just see that the Australians here living dangerously. And then Seng turns on that pitch and hammers it off the wall, cashing in Lin and Chen ahead of him and doubling their score to now a 4-1 lead over Australia. It's only the second hit of the tournament for Seng, but you couldn't ask for a better time. And the big fella with a big-time flex at second base, that is going to bring up the third baseman, Chikai Pan, as Lewis Thorpe will be facing the left-handed hitting third baseman, who is officially 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also driven in a run. As the lefty delivers, it is a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Crowd still on their feet. Scoring update. Japan has a 5-2 lead in the 6th inning over Cuba. As that game is also being played in Taipei City. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Pan. The Australians are not doing themselves any favors with the walks tonight that they have issued. 5 walks and 1 hit batter. And finally has come back to bite them here in the 4th inning. As the pitch is on the way, it is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the count now is 2-1 to Pan. And ironically, they had the opportunity here in the inning. They allowed the first batter with the hit by pitch to begin the inning and then the double play. But all of this has happened with 2 outs. The single by Lin, the walk to Chen, and then the double by Seng has given Chinese Taipei that 4-1 lead. As the lefty holds set again, here's the pitch. Fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to the third baseman of Chinese Taipei. Again, the lefty leans in, gets the sign from his catcher, Perkins, as he works himself back to the belt again. Here's the 3-1. Breaking ball swung on, lined into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And rounding third and throwing on the brakes is Seng, and probably rightfully so, as that's going to be a single for Pan, his second hit of the night. Seng stops at third and is going to bring Yu Xianchu to the plate with runners on the corners and 2 gone here in inning number 4. It didn't look like the hitter got all of it. It looked like he got it off the end. Even though he hit a line drive, it looked like he got it off the end of the bat. But he was able to stay inside the ball. Get that one into center field. Nice job there by getting it back into the infield by Whitefield. And it looks like we're going to have yet another pitching change, everybody. So stick around with us. As Dave Nielsen's heading back to the mound, he is going to the bullpen yet again. It'll be the fourth reliever used, the fifth pitcher used by Australia tonight. Lewis Thorpe's night is done, as we do have a pitching change when we return in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We're going to take a musical break, and we'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. The pitching parade for Australia is going to continue as Sam Holland is making his way out of the bullpen. Holland in the tournament is worked in a couple of ball games already in the tournament. He's worked 2 2/3 innings. He's allowed 2 hits, 1 run. It has been earned. He has a walk and 2 strikeouts to his name. So he'll be taking over here as we are just making a check on a few things, and we appreciate everybody for being here. As we said, it is Sam Holland coming on in relief. He's just completing his warm-up tosses. Runner at third is Seng. Runner at first is Pan. He'll be facing Yu Xianchu here, who is 0 for 2 tonight. He has flown out twice to center field. As we said, the pitching parade is going to continue here for the Australians, one would anticipate, as this is the 5th pitcher used tonight by the Aussies. And all of this damage coming with 2 outs in the inning, and the Chinese Taipei Ball Club looking for more. So Chu has flown out to center field both of his trips to the plate, 0 for 2 in this one. He's 0 for 10 in the tournament, looking for his first hit. As the right-hander leans in and he gets the sign from his catcher, Perkins, and we're ready to go back at it. Hollins delivers, and it's a fastball that misses down. Count is 1-0. It has been the walks and the hit batters that have hurt the Australians so far, but don't give up on it yet. Remember, we saw that game last night. A 6-0 lead by the Dominicans was not safe. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. One of the things I also wondered, too, is with the pitchers, the length of time that the pitcher's been sitting in the dugout, what Ku's sharpness will be like, or if maybe he gets up and throws in the bullpen underneath. As that fastball misses down, it's now 2-1. In the NPB, pitchers will throw in front of the dugouts in between innings to stay loose. But I've not seen that here in international play that is allowed. But you have to wonder if maybe they go underneath and they're playing catch in the bullpen area, which is underneath the stands. As they throw over to first base, does Holland, and diving back in time as the runner. So leaning in is the right-hander Holland, and he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses inside, almost hits the batter. Holland bounced up thinking that one got away, but he's very fortunate there. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is to Chu. It'll be Kaiwei Lee waiting his turn on deck. So here comes the 3-1 pitch. As Holland delivers, it's a fastball that misses outside, and yet another free pass issued by the Australians here, as that is going to be ball 4. That's going to load the bases. And as we said, that is the 6th walk tonight issued by the Australians. That's going to bring the 8th batter of the plate to the inning in Kaiwei Lee. Lee is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his last time up, but he walked and scored a run back in the 2nd inning. He is 1 for 9 in the tournament. So right-hander against the left-hander as Holland leans in, gets the sign from Perkins. And here comes the pitch. Fastball misses outside, and the count is 1-0. But as I said about the ball game last night between the Dominicans and the Koreans, there was a tale of 2 halves of a game with the Dominicans basically 4 2/3 innings. The pitcher was unhittable. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count goes to 2-0. But as soon as they went into the bullpen, the game went sideways. Well, the Australians are already into their bullpen, but they didn't quite get the start from their starter, Mitchell Newburn, that they would have expected. 2 balls and no strikes here to Lee. Crowd on their feet yet again here in Taipei City. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Holland delivers. Fastball swung on, lifted into straightaway center field. Coming in is Whitefield. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it as Australia escapes another jam, but only allowed 2 runs. There was 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there was 3 runners left aboard. That's the other piece. Chinese Taipei so far has left 9 runners on in the first 4 innings. That might come back to haunt them as well. We'll be back here in just a few. We appreciate you guys for being here with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. We'll be back in just a few. That was our friend Steve Rademacher. Your score is Chinese Taipei 4, Australia 1. We'll be right back in just a bit with all the action. Bottom of the 4th, just around the corner. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat here for the Australians in their half of the 4th inning. It'll be Rickson Wingrove, Tim Kennelly, and Daryl George to get things going as they find themselves in a 4-1 deficit right now. So we are ready to see how they respond here. Koo was in the dugout for quite a while, and the first pitch he delivers is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. They're going to need some instant offense if they want to stick around in this one, do the Aussies. So 1 ball and no strikes. As the right-hander kicks and fires again, it is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. We're almost 2 hours deep into this game, and we're not even through the 4th inning yet. So all I would say to everybody is, if you got coffee, tea, or a little bit of whiskey, make sure you keep it handy. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is obliterated foul. It's going to reach the seats into the top deck. It's going to run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike on Wingrove. There is action now in the Chinese Taipei bullpen, as we would expect that they will be making a move at some point. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Wingrove. And a sea of photographers. There is one lady with an Australian hat on. So not too many people in the stands tonight supporting the Aussies, but certainly they do have their photographers there. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-2 on Wingrove. That was a nice pitch. It was rated knee high on the inside corner. So here we are, 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is chopped foul down the first baseline, and the count remains at 2-2. That foul ball that Wingrove hit earlier in this at-bat that rocketed up into the seats foul reminded me of a Kyle Schwarber foul ball in the World Baseball Classic that he hooked into the top deck of the stadium that they were playing at. I think it was in San Diego. Just the height and the distance of where the ball went. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, fastball swung on. This ball is popped up into shallow right field. Moving back on it is the second baseman, and camping out underneath it and making the catch is Lee. As Wingrove is going to be retired, he is gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the right fielder, Tim Kennelly. Well, for Kennelly, he is 1 for 1 tonight. That was his second hit of the tournament. And he's now 2 for 12 as he steps in here to face Koo for the second time tonight. And it would be a bit of a coup if Chinese Taipei could get through this inning with their starter. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left field, and this ball is going to get almost all the way to the wall. Digging for second is Kennelly. The throw in is not going to be in time. A nice throw there by the left fielder, right on the money, as Chen had gone into the corner to get it. But a double here for Kennelly has got something going here for Australia, as he is at second base with 1 out, and that's going to bring up the third baseman, Darryl George. Well, for George, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his last time up. He looked a little bit confused on that strikeout. He had swung at pitches in all 3 in the left-handed batter's box. So let's see if he can be a little bit more disciplined in this at bat. 55 pitches for the starter Koo so far, as he is ready to go to work. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. George did make that great start to the double play in that last half inning, as he had caught that line drive. He was really in shallow, taking away the bunt. He had caught the line drive and went across the infield to double off the runner. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses down and in, and the count now goes to 1-1 on George. Chinese Taipei versus Australia. Bottom of the 4th inning, Chinese Taipei with a 4-1 lead, as the right-hander works to the set position. As Koo checks the runner, Kennelly at second base. And now George has asked for time as he feels that the pitcher is taking too long. We just crossed the 2-hour mark of the game, as we mentioned, and as we said, get your coffee pots going, get your tea going, and get stretched out because we're probably going to be here for a while. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball down and away. That's the one that he couldn't hold up in the last at bat. He waved at that one, says the home plate umpire, as we would agree with that. It's 1-2 here to George. Taking a page out of the Javier Baez playbook, one would have to say. The Detroit Tigers, he can't stop swinging at pitches in the left-handed batter's box, nor can George. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, and they're setting him up away again. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. It's hook-barreled over to the shortstop, fielded neatly on the backhand side by Chang. He throws to first, and that is going to retire George. Ground out 6-3. He's out for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Alex Hall. But before Hall comes to the plate, we've got the pitching coach coming out to the mound. A slow walk out. Talk to his right-hander, Koo. As I believe he is probably going to want to try to finish this here. Going over what they have to face with Hall. Hall struck out looking his first time up. I confirmed that was the first trip out to the mound. So whatever they said has been finished, but the catcher continues the conversation with his starter. So Hall 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up. 3 for 12 in the tournament. As we mentioned, entering into the fray tonight in the lineup, they do have some pop to the Australians, as they had 3 players with homers. Perkins, Wingrove, and Glendenning entered the game with at least 1. And then you had the home run tonight from Solomon Maguire that has provided the only run for Australia. As the first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Hall. Hall bats from the left side. Gets the right-handed throwing Koo. As the right-hander ready to go again, getting his sign from the catcher, Lin. He works himself to the set position. He checks the runner, Kenley, at second. Here comes the pitch. On the way, fastball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we peek in, it looks like the Cubans are making some noise in the top of the 6th inning, as they have cut into the Japanese lead. It is 5-4. So that game there, as we said, the Japanese could do a lot of people a lot of favors by knocking the Cubans out. That fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul down the third base line, and the count goes to 1-2. If Japan loses to Cuba, it could create a big quagmire of teams on that side of the bracket that all have a couple of losses. I would think pretty much the Dominican is the only country that would be done at this point. They'll be playing out the string, but everybody else has got a shot for that second spot. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down. Good stop there by the catcher, Lin. Runs the count to 2-2. It's the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-1. Taipei have the lead over Australia. Australia has had some opportunities tonight. They have collected 5 hits against the Chinese Taipei starter. But they squandered an opportunity in the second when they put 2 runners aboard, and then pitcher Koo struck out the side after that. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside. It's now 3-2 to Hall. Waiting on deck is Robbie Perkins. The other story tonight is walks have been the issue big time for Australia. Their pitchers have walked the yard and have hit batters. 6 walks and 1 hit by pitch. If they can get that under control, then we might have ourselves an exciting finish. But you can't continue to walk the yard and not expect to give up runs. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, chopped foul over on the first base side. And the count remains at 3-2 to Hall. Very eerily similar to the first at-bat that Hall had. Hall had an 8-pitch at-bat before getting called out on a third strike. And now he's taking the pitcher Koo to the 7th pitch of this at-bat. So Koo gets a new baseball. He's rubbing it up. And we're ready to resume the action here as he gets back onto the rubber. And so here we go again. 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander works to the set. Gets the sign from his catcher that he likes. Here comes the offering. Fastball misses down and in, and this time it's going to be ball 4 as Alex Hall wins this one. He took a called third strike the last time. They went right back to the well again. That's going to be ball 4. That's going to put runners at first and second. It's going to bring Robbie Perkins to the plate. Let's see here if they have seen enough, and they have indeed seen enough, as the manager for Chinese Taipei is coming out to let the home plate umpire know who is coming in. Robbie Perkins will be coming to bat, but he's going to be facing a new pitcher. It is runners at first and second, 2 gone. We're going to take a little time out here before we come back and give you the action. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. As we said, sights and sounds from the Japanese League for your viewing pleasure. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. The new pitcher coming in for Chinese Taipei is going to be Hsian Chung, and he is going to be taking Hsian Yen Chung is taking over for Chunlin Koo. He'll be facing Robbie Perkins here. So on the tournament so far for Chung, he has worked in 2 games. He's pitched an inning and 2/3, and he's got 1 strikeout. So he is coming on here in relief in a high leverage situation to face the catcher of the Australians, Robbie Perkins. Perkins has been outstanding. Our friend Doris checks in and she says it's 5-4 Japan over Cuba. And that is what we looked in on a few minutes ago. So if you're just joining us, this is going to be a clutch situation. The pitcher is just completing his warm-up tosses. We'll be ready to resume the action here in just a moment. So runner at second is Tim Kenley. Runner at first is Hall. 2 gone here in the 4th inning. And Robbie Perkins, who is 0 for 1 tonight, will be stepping up to the plate. So we appreciate you guys who are checking in to see what's happening here in the action. As our friend Doris had pointed out, the Japanese are hanging on against the Cubans. They could really, I think the other teams could really be happy if Cuba lost this one tonight, because that would put them pretty much out of any super round contention. And if the Australians can get a win here, then that throws the second spot into a whole tiebreaker type situation, but then they have to do their part and win the next game as well. So we have the pitcher completing his warm-up tosses, and Chuang is ready to get going here as Perkins has stepped up to the plate. As he leans in and he gets his sign from his catcher, Lin, and works himself into the set position. He checks the runner at second with a long look and now delivers a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So Perkins Gets himself straight away into a good hitter's count. So 1 ball and no strikes. Perkins taps the plate, waggling the bat. Waiting here on the offering from Chong. The crowd now not quite as exuberant as they have been. They've been putting runs up on the board, rather quiet here now. Here comes the 1-0 offering. As he kicks and fires, it's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. I think that Perkins might want that one back. That was a pretty good pitch. I don't think that the pitcher Chong had hit the spot he wanted. He got a little bit too much of the plate. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is, as the right-hander again gets a new baseball ready to go. I always get concerned when I see relievers come into the game and they're wearing Coke bottle glasses. That's what it looks like with Chong here. I wonder what his command is going to be like. There's a breaking ball that misses in the left-handed batter's box, and the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Waiting on deck is Solomon Maguire, who has accounted for the only run for Australia tonight on the solo shot that he hit in to lead off the 3rd inning. Wouldn't it be neat if he could come to the plate with the bases loaded, at least from an Australian perspective? So here comes the 2-1 pitch as the right-hander again works himself to the set. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses outside. It now goes to 3-1 on Perkins. That's a pretty good discipline there by Perkins. We were lamenting Darryl George and his strikeout back in the 2nd inning and how he couldn't lay off the breaking ball going away from him, but Perkins shows really good plate discipline. So now he's in a really good hitter's count. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. And Chong, as the catcher, calls time. And Chong is going to get a visit here from Lin. Lin is wearing a path out to the mound tonight. They are back and forth big time to the pitchers. Even to Koo, it was like he wasn't even on the same page sometimes. So they still have action going on in the Chinese Taipei bullpen. They do have another right-hander up and throwing. But it is all right now up to Chong to try to slam the door on the Australians here in the 4th inning. And I got to tell you, that's another thing too. The conferences have been rather elongated at times. When both the Australian catchers gone to the mound to talk to the pitchers, same thing with the Chinese Taipei catcher. When he goes out, the conferences are not short. The home plate umpire does not do his darndest to pick up the pace to get these guys to break it up. So now finally the conference is over and we're ready to go back to the action. 3 balls and 1 strike it is to Perkins here, as the right-hander is working to the set position. He checks the runner over at second, and now he kicks and delivers. Breaking ball, that one's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-2. So that was where Chong was trying to live in the last couple of pitches, but to no success. Well, the runners are going to be in motion here with 2 gone. Kennelly, the runner at second, Hall, the runner at first. As this is going to be a movement pitch here as Perkins waits on the 3-2 pitch. As the right-hander holds to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is going to be lifted down the right field line, but it's going to slice foul into the seated area. And it's going to keep the count at 3-2 to Robbie Perkins. Good piece of hitting there by Perkins to spoil the pitch. It was a good pitch offered by the Chinese Taipei right-hander. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it remains, as Perkins gets himself dug back in the batter's box. I was lamenting about how long this game is probably going to take to play, but the Australian listeners are probably snickering under their breath thinking that this is nothing like a cricket match. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is as the right-hander works again to the set position. Checks the runner at second. Again checks the runner at second. Now he kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and Perkins is in the books for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors. and 2 runners left the board. We are now through 4 complete. Your score is Chinese Taipei 4, Australia 1. Stick around, everybody. The top of the 5th inning is just around the corner. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with us tonight here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. After this.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
That's right, everybody. That's our friend Matt Hollis down in San Diego, California. If you're ever got a chance, go by and check out his channel. He is got some all kinds of wild and crazy things. He has peacocks on his property. He's got baseball cards, garbage pail kid cards that he likes. He's also a art history teacher, so he's got all kinds of interesting things that he likes to do on his channel. So that is Matt. But we're ready to get back to the live action here, as it's going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. It'll be Chi-Cheng Lin, Kun-Yu Chang, and then the top of the order, Chen-Wei Chen, to face the right-hander Sam Holland, who will begin his 2nd inning of work. We're just going to have to get a quick check here to see if it is still going to be Lin stepping to the plate. And it does look like it is. So the right-hander Holland ready to go. He's only thrown 8 pitches so far since coming in, and the first pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Lin 0 for 2 tonight. He has popped out to third and grounded to short in his 2 trips, as the right-hander delivers a fastball that swung on and shot foul over on the third base side. And the count now is 1 ball and 1 strike to Lin. As we mentioned, we do want to thank everybody who has popped in to listen tonight. Whether you are listening down under or in North America, it is appreciated. There's a fastball swung on. It's chopped over to third. George fields it. He throws to first, and that is going to be a ground out 5-3. Nice play there again defensively tonight by the third baseman, Darryl George. So 1 in the books here, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Kun-Yu Cheng. And for Cheng tonight, he is officially 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. As he bats here facing Holland, and the first pitch on the way is a fastball that just misses down and away for ball 1. Count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander Holland again working himself to the set and delivers. Fastball misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. And also, if you're new to the channel, be sure to bookmark us, because we will be back on the airwaves again for more games in this tournament, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. As we said, we hate to pump the tires, as it would be best for the tournament if the Aussies could come back and win this and throw a wrench into whatever will go on tomorrow night. As the pitch is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count goes to 2-2. The ball game that is going on across town, the Japanese have a 5-4 lead over Cuba, as that fastball swung on it is popped up down the third base line. Giving chase is George. He slides and tries to make an over-the-shoulder catch, but it's going to drop in. Oh, great effort by the third baseman. He's having himself a solid game defensively tonight. And he almost made an outstanding play there. But that ball is going to drop in, and it's going to keep the count at 2-2 here to Chang. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander Holland getting his side from Perkins. He works to the set, now delivers. And as a check swing dribbled back to the pitcher, Holland fields it. He throws to first. And Chang is going to be in the books. That's going to go down as a ground out, 1-3 for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up the top of the order in Chen Wei Chen. And this might be something that could be ordered up for the Australians, a 1-2-3 inning. They haven't had that tonight. Every inning, Chinese Taipei has sent multiple hitters to the plate and then some. Only the third inning where they sent 5 hitters to the plate has been the least amount so far. Here's the pitch from Holland. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. We did that Australian game against the Dominican the other night, and the first 2 innings took 20 minutes to play. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count goes to 0-2. We're not even halfway through this game. And another out we will be, and we've been here for 2.5 hours almost. So here comes the 0-2 pitch, but loving every minute nonetheless. Fastball misses outside. Holland bounced off the mound, but that was not going to be strike 3 on our books. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the right-hander works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Australia's going to need to get some instant offense when they return. And there's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to short. Glendening fields it on the backhand. He throws to first, but it's going to take Rickson Wingrove off of the bag, and it's going to be an infield hit here for Chen. So that is going to be where we're going to give him the infield hit. I don't think that would have been, it wasn't an ordinary effort type of play. Nice play there by Glendening just to get to the ball, but the throw took Rickson Wingrove off of the base, and even if the throw was in time, I think the runner would have beat it out. So that is going to bring Lee Lin to the plate. And Lin has enjoyed himself a nice ball game tonight, but it's also brought Dave Nielsen out of the dugout as he's going to take Sam Holland out of the game. Well, Holland is now done for the night as he had faced 5 batters on our books, and he was able to retire 3 of them. So Australia going to the bullpen yet again as the pitching parade will continue for them. We're going to take another little break here. We'll be back after this musical timeout. We'll get you caught up here in just a moment. Our friend God is Great said he's from the States and moved to Japan 38 years ago, and he hasn't left, as he does speak many, many languages. Well, we appreciate you guys for listening in, and we only do it in one language, and that would be English. We'll be right back after this for our listeners from all around the world. Hang tight. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Daniel McGrath who is coming on in relief as he is completing his warm-up tosses. McGrath was up and throwing in the first inning of tonight's ball game, but now he is finally making the appearance here in the fifth. He is inheriting a runner at first base, which is Chen-Wei Chen. There's two gone in the inning, and he's going to be facing Li Lin, as Lin will come to bat here. And he is just completing his warm-up tosses, and we'll be ready to resume the action here in just a moment as the commercial timeout is officially been completed. McGrath has worked an inning in 2/3 of the tournament. He has one strikeout, has an ERA of 0. So he is on here to pitch, and he throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Chen. Lin tonight is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles. He's scored a run. He's driven in a run, and he's stolen a base. He's been very impactful on the offensive side, and there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Lin. So 1 ball and no strikes. It's been an enjoyable evening tonight for baseball, and we're glad that you guys could be here with us. There's a fastball that swung on, and it's going to be lifted into the seats, into the upper deck, or at least the first upper deck on the first base side. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is, as the lefty works himself to the set again. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1. Again, the lefty McGrath checking the runner at first base. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, there is a fastball that misses outside. It's now 3-1. Well, we're back into this situation again where the base on balls potentially could come back to haunt them here, being the Australians, as they have walked 6 batters in the course of this game. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to get looped into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Well, they're having a little bit of trouble getting it back into the infield as the ball got away from Glendenning. But that is going to be a base hit here for Lin. That's going to put runners at first and second. And that is going to bring up the center fielder, Chi Xian Chen. And speaking of walks, Chen has been aboard twice through base on balls. He had walked in the first and walked in the fourth, and that sandwiched a strikeout in the second inning. He is 7 for 12 in the tournament. He's got a homer and 2 RBIs. The center fielder tonight has come around and scored half of the runs for Chinese Taipei, as the first pitch on the way from McGrath has a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So this is a clutch spot here for McGrath. He's got to come up big for Australia. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle into center field, and that's going to get a run in. Rounding second and rounding third and heading home is Chen. Lin is going to stop at second. An RBI single for Chen is going to increase the scoreline to 5-1. And this has all come here with 2 outs in the inning yet again. The last inning, they did damage. They got a couple of runs with 2 outs. And this inning here again, with 2 outs, they cash in yet another run and increase the lead to 5-1. And that is going to bring up Song En Seng to the plate, who did damage in the last half inning with a 2-run double. So McGrath has entered the ball game, and he's allowed 2 base hits. And sorry, I said that Lin had stopped at second. He actually went all the way around to third on that base hit. So here comes the first pitch to Seng. It is a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Seng has been all over the base paths tonight. He has walked twice, and he has doubled. He is 2 for 7 in the tournament, as the left-hander throws over to first base, and scampering back in time is the runner Chen. So the left-hander McGrath ready to go back at it again, as he's got the 0-1 on the way. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the lefty kicks and fires. There's another fastball that misses down and away, and it's now 2-1. So pitching and defense are the two most important things in baseball. And if you don't have enough pitching and you don't have good defense, you're going to have a hard time winning games. There's a fastball swung on, and it is fouled away over on the first base side. Singh not happy with himself. I think he thinks he missed that pitch, and he's probably right, as the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. If you don't have pitching and you don't have defense, it makes it hard to play. You can hit all you want. As the pitch is on the way, it is a fastball swung on. It is lined into straightaway center field. Moving to his left and making the grab is Whitefield. Singh hit the ball hard, but just not hard enough. He's going to be gone for the 3rd out of the inning, but the Chinese Taipei add another run, all with 2 out. 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We were talking about this last inning. 11 runners now left on base by Chinese Taipei. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 5th, it is 5-1. We'll be back in just a few. We appreciate you guys for listening in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Appreciate our friend Matt Hollis, and we appreciate everybody who has jumped in to listen to us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Coming to bat here for the Australians, it is going to be Solomon McGuire, then Travis Bazzana and Aaron Whitefield, as they are going to be facing a new pitcher here for Chinese Taipei, as they are going to be going to the bullpen here. In this one, it's going to be number 19, I believe, who is on the hill, and that looks like it's going to be Yi Chang. So Yi Chang is taking over, as he'll be the third pitcher used tonight by Chinese Taipei in this one. Well, McGuire is the only offense tonight for the Australians. He had a solo shot in the 3rd inning. And the first pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. McGuire led off the 3rd inning with the solo shot, getting his first action in the tournament, as he had cut the lead to 2-1 at that time with his home run. Fastball swung on and missed. It looked like he wanted to take the pitcher yard again on that one. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Right-hander against the left-hander, as the starter, or the pitcher Cheng, delivers. There's a fastball that misses outside. It now goes to 2-1. The Aussies are going to have to start chipping away. They don't want to let this game get too far out of hand. It's a 4-run deficit right now. And their offense is going to have to somehow try to get themselves back in it. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on. It is popped up on the infield on the left side. Camping out underneath it is the third baseman, Pan. And he's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it as McGuire is gone for the first out of the inning. So one gone here, and that'll bring up the top of the order in Travis Bazzana. Well, Bazzana tonight is 1 for 2. He singled his first time up. He's also flown out deep to left field in his 2 trips to the plate. He was caught stealing in the first inning. But he is the future of Australian baseball from an offensive perspective. He has got all the tools. There's a fastball that misses. The count is 1-0. He can run a little bit, and he can swing the bat more than a little bit. You can see why the Cleveland Guardians took him first overall in the MLB draft. The 1-0 on the way is the fastball swung on. This ball is lifted in deep left center field. Moving back on the warning track and making the catch is the left fielder Chen. And that is going to retire Bazzana yet again for the second time tonight to left field. Hit the ball to the warning track twice. Maybe he's got to get into the gym a little bit more, but he's gone for the second out of the inning. A couple of good swings here in this ball game for him. That's going to bring Aaron Whitefield to the plate. Whitefield popped out to the catcher trying to bunt in the first inning, and he flew out to right field in inning number 2. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Whitefield hitting from the right side against the right-hander Chang, who kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. I have to tell you, you see some really strange arm action sometimes coming out of different places of the world. Not to mention that North America has its own issues, but I really like the way this pitcher Chang has come in. He's very, very smooth. Fastball swung on, lifted into right field. Now coming in on it and making the catch is Lin, and that's going to be as easy a 1-2-3 inning as we've seen all night. Australia goes in order here in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We are through 5. It is 5-1 for Chinese Taipei, and we're going to take our break as this is the 5-minute extended break in between the 5th and the 6th innings. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We're going to put the music on loop. We're going to go refresh our drink. We'll come back and give you all the rest of the action after this. It is a 5-1 Chinese Taipei lead as we move to the top of the sixth. We'll be right back in just a couple moments with all the action. It is what we like to call the halftime or the Asian halftime. 5-minute break, usually between innings, to fix the field and for the umpires to get their drinks. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be moving to the sixth inning as Chinese Taipei will be sending their 5, 6, and 7 hitters to the plate. 5-9-0 for Chinese Taipei, and it is 1-5-0 for Australia. As that is the line score in this one here. We do have a pitching change, as it looks like we're going to have a new pitcher coming on here for the Aussies, and we'll get you caught up with that here in just a moment. Looks like it is Todd Van Steensel, if I've said that correctly, as he will be taking over here. So Todd Van Steensel on the mound, a new right-hander, as the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is quickly 0-1. And what they do need is they need a quick inning here for the Australians, and they haven't had a lot of that tonight. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses down. As the 7th pitcher used by Australia tonight in this one. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is to Che Kai Pan. Pan, Chu, and Lee to come to bat here in the inning. As the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Pan. As we say, we appreciate everybody who has jumped into the stream tonight, whether you listen live or on delay. Always great to have you with us. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it is a fastball swung on. It is grounded right to the first baseman. Nice job there by Rickson Wingrove to field it. He stopped it. And then he had to flip it underhand to the pitcher covering. It's going to go down as a ground out, 3-1. Pan erased for the first time tonight. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Yu-Hsian Chu. Well, for Chu, he is 0 for 2. He has flown to center field twice, and he has walked in his 3 trips to the plate. Right-hander ready to go, so Van Steensel ready to pitch. As he kicks and delivers, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. He has a really high leg kick. He really loads up his backside. He's got arms and legs coming from all different directions, does this right-hander. And the 0-1 pitch ready to come here as he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on, is lifted into center field, moving over to his left and making the catch is the center fielder Whitefield, and that is going to retire Chu for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and that's going to leave it all up to the second baseman, Kai-Wei Lee. Well, for Lee tonight, he is 0 for 2, but he's also been a beneficiary of a walk. He also came around and scored the second run of the ball game for Chinese Taipei in inning number 2. He is 1 for 10 in the tournament as the right-hander Van Steensel ready to go. And now he kicks and delivers a first pitch fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded in shallow right field by Travis Bazana. And there you go, a well-timed 1-2-3 inning, much needed by the Australians, as that is going to retire the Chinese Taipei team in order, 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now moving to the bottom of the 6th inning. Your score is Chinese Taipei 5, Australia 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call right after this. Appreciate you all for hanging out with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Be right back after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be taking our time out. It is our friend Doris points out, Japan and Cuba locked up at 6 now in the top of the 7th inning, and Cuba is still threatening. They got runners at first and second now with 2 out. And so we are keeping an eye on that one there. But we'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher for all your entertainment needs.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs, we have pounds, we have Deutschmarks, we have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back again, everybody. It is going to be Robbie Glendenning, Rickson Wingrove, and Tim Kennelly to come to bat here. And Cook Huang is filling up our chat with a lot of script that we can't read. But welcome to the stream nonetheless, as the first pitch delivered to Glendenning is a fastball swung on and fouled away over on the third base side. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Glendenning waiting here on the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on, and Glendenning fouls it right into his feet. Oh, that's going to hurt a little bit as he's going to get up and walk around slowly. Try to shake that one off. It's going to be no balls and 2 strikes to the Australian shortstop. So no balls and 2 strikes it is to Glendenning, Rickson Wingrove, and Tim Kennelly to follow here in inning number 6. The right-hander Chang is back on the mound for his second inning of work. As I said, he has got a really smooth delivery, like what I see here. He's not a big fella, though. Here comes the pitch. And it is a breaking ball taken for a called third strike. Glendenning stood there like the house by the side of the road. He's gone for the third out of the inning, or the first out of the inning. The third time tonight he's gone down on strikes. It's not been the shortstop's night offensively for Australia. Nice pitch there by the right-hander Chang. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Rickson Wingrove. Well, for Wingrove tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also popped a second. On top of it, he's hit a couple of impressive foul balls that have reached the top deck of the stadium. And he takes a first pitch at fastball at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Wingrove for the tournament is 3 for 13. He's got a homer and 3 runs batted in. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. Again, the right-hander getting his signs from his catcher, Chi Cheng Lin. As Chang kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses down, and it goes to 1-2 on Wingrove. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we said, keeping an eye on that game between Cuba and Japan. There would be a good thing, I guess, for the rest of the tournament field if Cuba could get knocked off. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to get lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. As that is going to be a single here for Wingrove, his second hit of the night. Australia needs base runners, and they also need some instant offense here, as it's going to be Tim Kennelly coming to the plate. He's swinging a hot stick tonight. He's got a single and a double in his 2 trips. It takes him now to 3 for 13 in the tournament. And they could really use his bat to stay hot here to keep this conga line moving. So Kennelly stepping to the plate. As the right-hander Chang holds to the set. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kennelly. The Chinese Taipei have both a right-hander and a left-hander up and throwing in the dugout, in the bullpen. They might be throwing in the dugout too. They might be throwing up in the dugout if the Australians can continue to put runners on. And there's a fastball down, but Kennelly couldn't check his swing, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the right-hander ready to go back at it as Chang holds to the set. 1-1 on the way. There's a breaking ball missing down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1. I have to confess, I really don't know a whole lot about the Asian pitchers from Chinese Taipei. One pitcher that I are familiar with is Chi-Hao Song, who pitches in the Japanese league, but he's not on this roster. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagle. There's a fastball that misses up and in, and the count goes to 3-1 on Kennelly. So 3 balls and 1 strike. One offensive player that we're familiar with is Yu Chang, and he's only had 1 at bat in the series, so not really sure what the plans for him will be moving forward. So here comes the 3-1. Instead, they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Wingrove. Wingrove not really a threat to steal, one would think. As the pitcher Chang comes set, here comes the 3-1. Fastball swung on, grounded foul past the third base coach's box. It's 3-2 here to Kennelly. So 5-1 the scoreline for Chinese Taipei over Australia. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kennelly. The runner at first is Wingrove. There's 1 gone here in the inning. Australia finds themselves at a 4-run deficit. They need some runs here to keep this gap close. Otherwise, the game gets shorter and it gets tougher to have to score some runs as that breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 3-2. Now, that being said, the game last night between Korea and the Dominican, down with facing a 6-0 deficit. Korea had scored 4 in the 6th and 5 in the 8th to end up coming from behind to win 9-6. But I have to be honest to our Australian listeners, I don't know if we're going to see big innings. I think the Aussies need to chip away a run or 2 at a time. Here comes the pitch. Fastball inside, and it is foul tipped actually into the mid of the catcher, and that's going to retire Kennelly. He's going to be gone for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the third baseman, Darryl George. Boy, the umpire said he foul tipped it. I'm not so sure about that one. But if he did, he must be right because he's right there on top of the play. It's going to be Darryl George coming to bat. George is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and grounded out. Defensively, he has been a jewel for the Australians. But on the offensive side, he has struggled. They could use something from him right now. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. He is 3 for 11 in the tournament. No homers and 1 RBI. As the right-handed hitting third baseman of the Australians, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Chang. As Chang kicks and delivers, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. I got to say that, not this pitch, but the one before, Chang threw at 96 miles an hour. He's got a little bit of giddy up on his fastball. I didn't really expect that here from the Chinese Taipei right-hander, but that is what he is doing. Very, very smooth delivery. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-2. That's good discipline by George. We lamented him a little bit earlier in the game for his lack of discipline. But that certainly boded well for him there as he was able to hold off on that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. So Chang again holding set. Now he kicks and fires. Breaking ball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side, and the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Crowd on their side, needle pointing to Chinese Taipei here as the worry back here for Australia is not going to get any easier. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-2 on George. You know, and in some ways, if Travis Bezana ends up panning out for Australia, what that could do for the sport. I mean, you think of some of the players that Dave Nielsen was a pretty solid big leaguer. You think of other players that had come out of Australia over the years, Graham Lloyd, Shipley, other ones. There's a breaking ball, take it for a called third strike, and George is going to be gone for out number 3. I'll finish my thought on Australian baseball when we come back in the next half inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Chang strikes out the side. That is 3 strikeouts for him in his 2 innings of work. And your score as we move to the top of the 7th inning, it is Chinese Taipei 5, Australia 1. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for being here on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. 2/3 of the game is in the books. And we'll be back here in just a little bit. Hang tight, everybody. Appreciate you for being here with us tonight. Well, we've got a 5-1 ball game as we're moving to the top of the 7th inning. We're going to give you the sights and sounds from the NPB, more Asian baseball during the season, and we'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Todd Van Steensel's back on the mound here as he is going to be facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Chinese Taipei. He came on and got a 1-2-3 6th inning as the right-hander kicks and delivers a first pitch fastball that is swung on and it's lifted foul into the seats, and the count is quickly 0-1. That last pitch was at 93 miles an hour on our radar gun. The big fella here, he has got himself quite the delivery. He's got a big, huge leg kick. His arms and his legs go flying everywhere. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, nubbed over to third, fielded by Darryl George. Nice play by the third baseman of Australia as he is going to ably retire Lin on the ground out 5-3. He's in the books for out number 1, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Kun-Yu Cheng. For Cheng tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He has flown to center and grounded out. He also was hit by a pitch back in the 4th inning. So this is his 4th plate appearance in this one. As the right-hander delivers a first pitch fastball swung on it, is lined into left field, and it's going to get down for a base hit in front of McGuire. McGuire looked like he was wanting to come in and make the play on it, and then he threw on the brakes, but it's going to be a single here for Chang, his 2nd time he's reached base tonight. That'll bring us to the top of the order in Chen-Wei Chen. And for Chen, he is 2 for 4 in this one. He's got a couple of singles in his 4 trips. He bats from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Van Stiesel. And now time has been called as Robbie Perkins is going to make his way out to the mound. As is Dave Nielsen. Maybe Dave Nielsen's going to the bullpen again. We're going to have to wait and see, as he has made this trip quite a few times tonight. And his 7 pitchers have been used by the Aussies, and as he comes out to talk to Van Stiesel is going to hand the ball over to the manager, and he is going to be coming out of the ball game, and we're going to have ourselves a pitching change. Well, hang tight, everybody. We got another one here as the parade does continue. So stick around. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Our friend Steve Rademacher is going to entertain you yet again with the pitching change. But hang on. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rademacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Appreciate you there, Steve. The Aussies are going back to a left-hander. It is going to be Blake Townsend, who is coming on in relief. He is going to be the 8th pitcher used tonight by Team Australia. So Blake Townsend on in relief here as he's completing his warm-up tosses. And he's going to be slated to face the top of the order, which would be Chen-Wei Chen. So a pretty solid performance by Van Stiesel. He had faced 5 batters and retired 4 of the 5 that he faced. And the only hit that was allowed was the only hit was the shortstop Chang, who just had a single with 1 out here. So it is going to be Chen to come to bat here to face the lefty Townsend. Chen tonight is 2 for 4. He has singled twice. He's also lined into a double play and grounded out to first base. Townsend has a ERA of 18 in 1 inning pitched. In other words, he has given up 3 earned runs in his appearance for Australia. What he reminds me of when I look at him when he gets to the mound, he reminds me of former Houston Astro prospect and current Tokyo Yakult Swallow pitcher Cy Snead, although Snead's a right-handed pitcher, this fella's a lefty, but just the way that he's built in a similar type of stature. So here we go, back to the live action as the first pitch is on the way, and it's a fastball that comes inside and almost hits Chen. That's the one thing the Aussies haven't done in a couple innings. They haven't walked anybody since the fourth inning, and that has been a big difference. Fastball that was missed inside, but now he throws over to first base, and Chen gets back to the bag. So the runner at first is Chang, 1 out here. The 1-0 on the way. It is a fastball that is center cut, taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1 on Chen. It is still 6-6 between Cuba and Australia, or Cuba and Australia, Cuba and Japan. 5-1 here for Chinese Taipei over Australia. And the pitch is a fastball that misses down and away. The count is 2-1. Stumbling through our words a little bit here. Maybe we're all excited for after the game to go get a beer. I don't know. This game here has been going on for quite a while. There's a fastball that is swung through and missed. Count now goes to 2-2. We know our friends down in Australia do like their beer, as do we in North America. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And they throw over to first base, and getting back in time easily is the runner Chang. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter. 1 gone here in the 7th. Runner at first. Pitch is on the way. It is a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted into the seats down the left field line. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is the top of the 7th inning. And a fella in the seats who caught the ball, he's getting all the selfies from those sitting around him. Must have made a heck of a catch. There's a pitch. It's a slow breaking ball swung on, his tapped softly down the first base line. And it is fielded by Wingrove. He dives to try to get the runner, but he's not going to be able to put the tag on the runner. That's going to be an infield single, as Chen was able to get down the line quickly. It was a bit in no man's land. That's a bit of a problem. The pitcher, Townsend, couldn't get off the mound to field it. Wingrove made the decision to come and get it. And it was in the Bermuda Triangle area where nobody could get to the bag in time to be able to beat the runner. So that is going to be an infield hit. That's going to put runners at first and second. With 1 gone, it is going to bring Li Lin to the plate. Well, Li Lin has entered the game tonight 1 for 11, but tonight he is 3 for 4. All 3 of his hits have been singles. He's also driven in a run, and he's got himself a stolen base. And the Chinese Taipei fans are sensing blood again. They're back on their feet. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. The cheerleaders are on the dugouts, and they are dancing up a storm. So 1 ball and no strikes to Lin. Here comes the pitch from Townsend. Fastball swung on, lifted into deep left center field. This ball could be trouble. Racing back is Whitefield, and he's going to watch it sail into the seats. And it is a 3-run homer by Lin, and that is going to increase the scoreline to 8-1 for Chinese Taipei. A 3-run shot here in the 7th inning that cashes in Chang and Chen. And Australia now is in a 7-run deficit. The 4th hit of the night by Lin. Have yourself a series all in one game. And with that, I think the beer sales might have just spiked in Sydney, possibly even in Perth, because our friend the Aussies are not going to be celebrating this one, but they're drowning their sorrows in the beer. The first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Chi Xian Chen. So here comes the 0-1 offering as the lefty delivers. It's a fastball swung on, grounded to short, backhanded by Glendenning. Throws to first. It's in the dirt. It gets away from the first baseman Wingrove, and that is going to be an error charged to the shortstop, E6, as Chen is going to be aboard for the 4th time tonight. So the things are going sideways here for Australia in inning number 7. And you got to feel for the Aussies. They put up a fight here tonight, but playing in front of a packed house in Taipei City. Makes it a difficult experience. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down and away to Song and Seng. Seng tonight is 1 for 2. He's got a double and 2 RBIs. He's also walked twice, so he's been on base 3 out of 4 times to the plate. As Townsend holds set and now delivers. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strike to Seng. Seng is 2 for 8 in the tournament so far, as he takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. So for those fans of Chinese Taipei, they are pumping a fist here because they might be getting their ticket to the next round, as that fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2-2. I would say this, that if they win here, they're clearly in the driver's seat to go on to the super round, as there's a fastball that misses outside. It's now 3-1. I'll have to look at the scenarios or the possibilities, but I know they hold the tiebreaker head-to-head against Korea, and that would end them. That is for sure. Our friend Doris is definitely pleased about this. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and Seng is in the books. He's gone for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to Chike Pan. With our friend Doris listening in, she says she's lived in the States for 22 years. I hope I haven't butchered too many of the names of the Chinese Taipei players. Certainly would apologize in advance for any of that. So it is going to be Pan who steps into the plate, and the first pitch from Townsend is a breaking ball that misses way outside. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. And as we said, we'll have to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow night to see which would be the most competitive game, or the one that would be pretty good. There's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Our friend Doris says it's okay, you support your country. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Unfortunately, my country is not in the tournament here. Not good enough to be in the tournament 12 this time around, so that is the way it goes. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball that is missing outside, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Pan. 8-1, Chinese Taipei have the lead as Australia is in the hole here in the 7th. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded to third. George fields it. He throws to first. Another one in the dirt, and this one's a nice play there by Wingrove as he picks it out. That's going to be a ground out, 5-3 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here. But lots of damage done in inning number 7. 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, 1 error, and there was nobody's left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom half of the 7th, it is Chinese Taipei 8. The Australians 1. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. Time to stretch our legs with our 7th inning stretch. It is an 8-1 lead for Chinese Taipei over Australia. We're moving to the bottom of the 7th inning, and we're going to give you guys a little bluegrass to hopefully lighten you guys up a bit. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Appreciate you for hanging out here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Kaiwei Lin on the hill now for Chinese Taipei, and he's going to be facing Alex Hall, Robbie Perkins, and Solomon McGuire. And the first pitch delivered to Hall is a fastball that misses outside for ball. The count is 1-0. Hall is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking in the second, and he walked and was stranded at first in the fourth. As the right-hander Lin ready to go back to work. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. If it stays fair, it's going to be trouble, and it's just going to bounce foul. As giving chase was the shortstop Chiang and the left fielder Chen. So 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be to Alex Hall. As we mentioned, we also are keeping our eyes on that game between Japan and Cuba. It's in the bottom of the 8th inning. The game was all locked up at 6s. 6-6 in that one. Japan had themselves a lead, and they gave it back, and then they got it again, and they gave it back again. So, if anything, they could probably do everybody a favor by winning that one. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike on Alex Hall. However, if Japan loses it, we would have to see how some of that bracket would play out. Certainly, I don't think it would affect them with many head-to-heads other than against Cuba, and Cuba potentially wouldn't be a part of that next round. There's a fastball swung on. It's popped up in foul territory over on the third base side, and coming over underneath it to make the catch is Pan. And Hall is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here, and that'll bring up the catcher, Robbie Perkins. Well, for Perkins, he's 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out twice. 2 for 12 in the tournament. Is the right-hander Lin ready to go here as he holds to the set? Now kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble, and this ball is gone. A home run. And Robbie Perkins has hit his 2nd home run of the tournament. A solo shot here off of K.Y. Lin. And he has cut the lead now to 8-2. It may be too little and too late for the Australians in this one. So that is going to bring Solomon McGuire to the plate, and McGuire has the other home run tonight, or the other run, as McGuire will face Lin here for the first time, and he takes a fastball for a called strike. McGuire 1 for 2 tonight. He has that home run, and he's also popped to third. So 2 balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting left fielder of the Australians. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball, waved out and missed, and now he's in the hole at 0-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to McGuire. Bottom of the 7th inning, Chinese Taipei with an 8-1 lead over Australia. As the right-hander kicks and fires, check that 8-2 lead over Australia with the 2nd home run here by Perkins. As that pitch misses down and into the dirt, and the count is 1-2. As it's getting pretty late here, we're approaching the time of almost 6 o'clock Pacific time in North America. 9 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here to McGuire as he waits on the offering from Lynn. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a slider that is swung on and missed, and McGuire is in the books. He's gone for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the top of the order in Travis Bazzana. Well, Bazzana tonight is officially 1 for 3. He's got a single and 3 trips, but he's hit 2 balls right to the warning track in left field and left center field his last 2 times up. So Bazzana steps in here looking to find a way on base. And the first pitch here from Lynn is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Bazzana's had some nice defensive plays as well. As I said, when I watched him here, he is really, really wound at the plate. And he reminds me of a left-handed hitting Alec Bregman in some ways, as there's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 1-1. Looks like we have a potentially medical emergency in the stands, as one of these supporters is being helped out. We hope she's going to be okay. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-2. When you have that many people in a stadium, you're always bound to potentially have risk with somebody that might not feel well or turn ill. We hope that lady gets the medical assistance she needs. Here's the 1-2. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count now is going to remain at 1-2 to Bazzana. I was starting to say a couple innings ago about Bazzana being the face of baseball. Really, what that can do is you get a couple of stars that can really help propel your sport for the next 20 years. Bazzana is one. You think of Dave Nielsen, Graham Lloyd, Craig Shipley, other Australian players, Ryan Rowland Smith, those type names that came over to Major League Baseball. As that fastball is lifted into the seats, foul. The count remains at 1-2. Young lad is going to get the baseball there, but gets a hug from his mother because that ball came in a hurry. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Bazzana. As again, the right-hander works to the set position. As the right-hander delivers, there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bazzana waggling the bat, the right-hander working back to the set. 2-2 on the way. Here comes the pitch. And it is a slider swung at and missed. And that is going to retire Bazzana on strikes. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning. And that will do it here in the 7th for Australia. Well, they got 1 run in the inning on the solo shot by Robbie Perkins on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your score as we move to the 8, it is Chinese Taipei 8 and Australia 2. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a few.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. That's right, everybody. We know baseball, and it is going to be the top half of the 8th inning in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for hanging in and listening in with us tonight. It is an 8-2 scoreline for Chinese Taipei, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top half of the 8th inning. It is going to be Yu Xian Chu, K. Wei Li, and Chi Qian Lin coming to bat here, or at least slated to come to bat in inning number 8. We're just getting a confirmation to see if it is still going to be the left-hander Townsend on the mound, or if they have made yet another move to the bullpen. And it is going to be another move to the bullpen. It is going to be Sheriff. There is a new Sheriff in town. And it looks like it is going to be, I believe it's Will Sheriff is the first name, and that is exactly who it is. So Will Sheriff on in relief. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to Chu, and the count is 1-0. So they'll try another arm here, will the Australians. As the lefty delivers a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. Chu tonight is 0 for 3. He has flown to center all 3 times. He's also drawn a walk. As that pitch misses upstairs, and it's now 3-0 to Chu. So 3 balls and no strikes as Sheriff delivers again. There's the fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. Our friend Doris points out it is 7-6 for Japan over Cuba as they are in the deep water of that game. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded softly to second. Bazana fields it. He throws to first. It's a ground out 4-3 to retire Chu for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, K.Y. Lee. Well, for Lee tonight, he is officially 0 for 3, struck out, flown to center, and grounded to second. He's also walked and scored a run, and the first pitch is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Left-hander against the left-hander. Sheriff delivers a breaking ball that swung on and tapped foul over on the first base side, and the count is going to go to 0-2 on Lee. As the lefty delivers, there's a fastball that misses inside, almost hits Lee. That would have been another hit batter in this one here. We haven't seen a walk or a hit by pitch since the 5th inning. The Australians have got it, or checked that since the 4th inning. There's a fastball swung on it, grounded over to second. Again, Bazana fields it. And again, they throw to first. That's going to retire Lee on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning. And that's going to leave it up to the catcher, Chi Qian Lin. Well, I was mentioning, as I said before, about a impactful player. If you could get a Taiwanese player, same thing, that can get to the big leagues. There's one of the Detroit Tigers system who they acquired from the Phillies. His name is Hao Yu Lee. And if Hao Yu Lee can get to the big leagues, that would be something, as that first pitch is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. But what it does for the international game, as that breaking ball misses down at it, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the lefty working himself to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is belted down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's going to be trouble. And it is just going to hook foul. And not by much, but that's going to run the count to 1-2. He got the barrel out on that one. And he missed that one by probably about 8 or 10 feet. And he just hooked it foul down the line. So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Sheriff as he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Lin. It's a 1-2-3 inning, only the second time tonight that Australia has been able to do that to Chinese Taipei, as they are gone in order here in inning number 8. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Your score is Chinese Taipei 8, Australia 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few after this. Appreciate you guys for being here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it is going to be Australia coming to bat. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this from our friend Steve Rademacher. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this.
Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate your support and everybody out there. Steve again here, obviously, with the Milwaukee Brewers. Of course, we have Bernie Brewer on my favorite beverage of choice right there, along with a card of Bernie. Yay! Now, we got some special guests here. I'm not just talking about our Hall of Fame lineup. I must be in the front row. Hey, come on there, Robin. I got 3,000 hits. What do you have? Well, I was the all-time saves leader, and I got 1.5 feet on you. Okay, Raleigh, settle down, buddy. Now, none of this could be possible without Harvey's Wallbangers. There's Harvey. And who could forget the Fonz? Hey.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. And it is a 7-6 game for Japan in the top of the 9th. But the Cubans have loaded the bases with 1 out. We're keeping an eye on that one. Shoma Fujihira is the pitcher currently in it. It is Johan Moncada who is at the plate, so we'll keep our eye there. Stepping up to bat here, it is Aaron Whitefield, followed by Robbie Glendenning and Rickson Wingrove. The first pitch was a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Whitefield. As the pitch on the way is a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. There is a pitching change for Chinese Taipei, and we'll have to get that for you here in just a moment, as they do have a lefty in the game now, as the lefty on in relief. And the pitch on its way here, the 0-2 to Whitefield. And there is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away right into the catcher. And the count is going to remain at 0-2. Looks like there's 2 out with the bases loaded in that game for between Japan and Cuba. The pitcher is Kwan Yu Chen, by the way, who is now in the ball game. And the pitch is a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. And it is going to be picked up and thrown to first, and that is going to retire the center fielder Whitefield on a ground out 6-3. He's out for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the shortstop Robbie Glendenning. Well, for Glendenning, he strides to the plate. A tough night at the office offensively. He has struck out every time he has come to the plate. He's now 3 for 13 in the tournament. As the left-hander delivers, it is a breaking ball swung on and chopped foul behind home plate, and the count is quickly 0-1. When we watched Glendenning play, he has struggled in the games that we've seen with Australia, at least on the offensive side. Defensively, he's been pretty steady for the most part, other than that last error that he made here earlier tonight. Breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. 2 errors charged to Australia tonight. But I think that might be a little bit favorable, as we thought there might have been a couple others. There's a fastball swung on, grounded over to third, fielded by Pan. He knocks it down and throws to first. That's going to retire Glendenning on a ground out 5-3. So 2 gone here, and it's going to leave it all up to the first baseman, Rickson Wingrove. Nice job there by the third baseman, and actually went off his glove and then hit him in the inside of his left thigh. He stayed with it and able to throw the runner out. So Wingrove steps to the plate. He's 2 for 3 tonight. He's got a couple of singles in his 3 trips. He is now 4 for 14 in the tournament. And the pitch is a breaking ball swung on. It's chopped over the head of the pitcher, fielded neatly by the second baseman, Lee, who throws to first. And that is a quick inning. It's a ground out 4-3 for out number 3. And that's going to do it here for Australia in their half of the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. This game is going the distance. Your score as we are through 8 complete. It is Chinese Taipei 8, Australia 2. Stick around, everybody. The 9th inning is just around the corner. We'll be back after this with another one from our friend Steve.
Steve here from outside his refrigerator that a lot of you like so much. So let's go inside. There's my hot sauces and other stuff. Let's see what we can do here for Freddie. Awesome game, Freddie. Keep up the good work. We love the baseball. So why don't we rip open Garbage Pail Kids just for you and the listeners. Large Marge, she belongs in the fridge. Liberty Libby, well, she belongs down here on the beer. Apple Corey, hey, he's pretty cool. Put him on that beer up here. And Target Margaret. All Series 3 Chrome Garbage Pail Kids. Freddie, back to you in the game, and everybody else, please enjoy everything he does and tip him nicely.
Appreciate you there, Steve. We'll be back in 30 seconds with all the action. It is a 8-2 lead for Chinese Taipei over Australia. Welcome back, everybody. I just showed on the Jumbotron that Japan has knocked off the Cubans, and that final score was 7-6. And I do believe that with that victory there, that will ice it. It should ice it, I would have to think, as that is possibly going to be the end of Cuba. And the first pitch from the lefty Sheriff is taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. It's the 9-1-2 hitters to come to bat here for Chinese Taipei, as the pitch is just missed down, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Chiang. So lots of people cheering that the Cubans are done. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted into straightaway center field. Whitefield, who's been a busy man tonight, is going to be there to make the catch, and that's going to retire Chiang for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here, and that'll bring up the top of the order in Chen Wei Chen. And I am getting the feeling that that is probably going to be the reason why they are cheering a bit. I think that Chinese Taipei is going to go on to the super round. I'd have to go take a look at that and double check, but I think that the way that the losses will shape up, I'm pretty sure that that is going to be decided as that breaking ball misses down to Chen. And there's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to first. Wingrove is going to win the race to the bag. It's going to go down as a ground out to 3 for the second out of the inning. So Chen Wei Chen in the books. And that is going to leave it up to Li Lin, who has been the star of the night. So Li Lin entered the game tonight 1 for 11 at the plate, and tonight he is 4 for 5. He's got a 3-run homer, 3 singles. He's driven in 4 runs. He's stolen a base, and he's scored a pair. He has been a one-man wrecking crew for Chinese Taipei, and he takes a first pitch fastball down for a ball, and the count is 1-0. He's now 5 for 16 in the tournament, and the pitch is a fastball swung on. This is going to be lined into right field, and that is going to be his 5th hit of the night. So he is aboard with a 2-out single, and that's going to bring up the center fielder, Che Xian Chen. And the Taiwan cheerleaders are still giving their effort here with their approval of that base hit. You got to be good to be lucky, and that pitch was right off the end of the bat, and he was able to loop it over the head of Bazana as that had fallen into right field. So Lin is the runner at first. Chen batting here, and the first pitch to him is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Chen tonight is officially 1 for 3 at the plate. He's also walked a couple of times and scored a pair of runs. As the pitch is a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. For the tournament, he is 8 for 14. But definitely overshadowed by the efforts of Li Lin tonight. Fastball catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So hopefully you folks will be around tomorrow. We'll have to look at the schedule, as we said, after this game's done and see if there's anything that's really important. As that fastball is taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2. And then we'll make our decision on which game that we're going to call tomorrow evening. But I don't think we're going to be on the Australian call. I know that for facts. There's a fastball that misses down. And the count now goes full to Chi Xian Chen. So left-hander against the left-hander, the 3-2 count. Runner's going to be on the move as soon as Sheriff goes to the plate. And he done as that is a fastball swung on and lined foul down the left field line. And the count is going to remain at 3-2 to Chen. Lots of souvenirs delivered here in this one into the foul territory. As the lefty delivers, there's a breaking ball that misses inside. It's going to be ball 4. As Chen is going to be aboard with a walk, it's going to advance Lin over to second. That's going to put runners at first and second. That'll bring Song and Xiang to the plate. There's action in the Chinese Taipei bullpen, as we do expect that there may be another pitcher to come in. But it looks like we've got a pinch hitter here to come to bat. As coming to the stick here, it's going to be Kung Quan, and I'm going to really butcher his last name. It looks like it is Jilingjua. I'm not sure how you would say it. Not your typical Taiwanese player, as the first pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and belted foul into the seats. And the count is quickly 0-1. So he is in pinch hitting for Song and Xiang. So no balls and a strike. Lefty Sheriff ready to go again. He delivers. It's a breaking ball down. Nice stop by Perkins, and the count runs even to 1-1. So as I said, I don't even know if I can attempt to say this young fella's name as to even do it properly. It's Giljegil Ja, I think is how you would say it. Is the last name. As the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses outside. It's now 2-1 from Sheriff. As I said at the outset, I apologize if we end up roughing up some people's names. This one here, we have to do it in advance because I apologize to this fella. Here's the 2-1. Fastball misses down and in, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Australia looking to finish out this inning here, Will Sheriff. I would suspect there's probably nobody else in the bullpen at this point. And the 3-1 on the way is a fastball that swung on and missed. And the count now is full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as the lefty Sheriff again gets the sign, and he works himself to the set position. And now time has been called as the home plate umpire jumps out from behind the plate. We're going to do this all over again. The runners are going to be on the move. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone here in the top of the 9th. As Sheriff ready to deliver. And the pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball is hit to deep left field. What do you know? Is it going to get out of here or not? And it is going to be gone. A 3-run homer. Oh, and there's a bat flip for the ages. And that is going to put an exclamation point on this one. As rounding the bases is Giljeg Iljua with a 3-run shot. Unbelievable. And that is going to increase the scoreline, as we said, to 11-2 as he took Will Sheriff deep. And that is going to bring up the third baseman in Chi Kai Pan. So if you're a Taiwanese fan or a fan of Chinese Taipei, you've got to be really, really excited about this one here. And that is going to bring Pan to the plate, who is 2 for 5 tonight. The third baseman also reached on an error back in the third inning. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball that messes up, and the count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Lefty Sheriff delivers again. There's a breaking ball that messes up, and the count goes to 2-0. Well, they say strikes and outs make the game go quicker, but right now, this game has come to a bit of a stall here for the Australian pitcher as the fastball misses inside. It's now 3-0 to Pan. As I said, I don't know if there's anybody else in the bullpen or left. I think this would probably be the Sheriff's game to finish out as he delivers a fastball that misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4. And Pan is going to be reach on a base on balls. And that is going to bring Yu Xian Chu to the plate. And it's also going to bring a conference to the mound. As Australia will meet it over here. Australia, the crowd on the mound is basically going to be telling them that you're our last hope here. We got to throw some strikes and let's get out of here. And by the way, that home run, it wasn't like it was, we watched the bat flip. That bat flip was pretty impressive as he threw it back toward the dugout, did the Taiwanese hitter or the Chinese Taipei hitter. And here comes the first pitch from Sheriff. It's a breaking ball delivered to Chu. But it wasn't like it was blasted 25 rows into the stands. It was a bit of a wall scraper. It landed in the first row. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. The count now goes to 0-2. So ironically, that was the first walk issued since the 4th inning by Australian pitchers. This game is approaching the 4-hour mark. Breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats. Count remains at 0-2 to Chu. Looking ahead for the bottom half of inning number 9, Kennelly, George, and Hall slated to come to bat for Australia. We'll see if they empty the bench at this point. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-2 on Chu. As the lefty then kicks and delivers again, breaking ball misses outside. It's now 2-2. United States and Venezuela are waiting in Japan for the top 2 teams of this group once this is finished. As the pitch is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes full to Chu. The super round will be a round robin, and then the top 2 teams will play off for a championship game, and we'll have all of that action for you. So hopefully, guys, if you enjoyed tonight, you'll come on back again. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into right field. It's going to be down for a base hit. And going from first to third will be Pan. Stopping at first is Chu, as he's got himself a single. And now the Chinese Taipei are kind of pouring it on a little bit here. It'll bring up K-Wei Lee. And for Lee, he is 0 for 4 tonight. He has struck out. He's flown to center, grounded out twice, walked and scored a run. So if you're looking for somebody to put water on the fire, he would be your guy. He is 1 for 12 in the tournament. And the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. The lefty Sheriff working himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. And the count now goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And got to say, props to the cheerleaders. They're still giving her pretty good in Taipei City tonight. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 2-1. As the 2 ball and 1 strike pitch on the way, it's a fastball swung on. It is lined over to third on 1 hop, taken by George. He gets up and he throws to first. And Lee is going to be retired on a ground out 5-3 for the 3rd out of the inning. But they send 8 batters to the plate in the 9th inning, does Chinese Taipei. And the big blow, a 3-run homer, has extended the lead to 11-2. 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors and 1 runner left aboard. Moving to the bottom of the 9th. Your score is Chinese Taipei 11, Australia 2. Thank you guys for hanging with us here tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. We're moving to the bottom of the 9th inning. Your score is 11-2 for Chinese Taipei. We'll be back in just a bit after this from our friend, Matt Hollis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Back, everybody. It is going to be the 6th pitcher on the night used by Chinese Taipei. It's going to be Chun Wei Wu. So Wu is coming into the ball game, and he's slated to face Tim Kennelly, Darryl George, and Alex Hall. That is what we are going to be seeing here in this one tonight. And so the first pitch ready to come here to Kennelly, who is 2 for 3 tonight. He's got a single, a double, and he has struck out in his 3 trips. Wu delivers a first pitch fastball. It swung on, popped up over on the third base side, moving over towards the dugout, but he's going to watch it drift into the seats is Pan. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Kennelly. Kennelly resets himself as he gets himself back into the batter's box again to face Wu. He is 3 for 14 in the tournament with the 2 hits tonight is Kennelly. As the right-hander kicks and he delivers, it's a fastball swung on, grounded softly up the middle, and a nice play by the shortstop just to get there. But he is not going to be able to make that play, as it is going to be an infield single here for Kennelly. That's going to be his 3rd hit of the ball game. So Kennelly with a base hit, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Darryl George. Well, for those of you who are still hanging around here with us, a couple of things are going to happen. Either you're going to see Chinese Taipei win this ball game and close it out, or you're going to see one of the greatest comebacks in international baseball history if the Australians could pound out 9 runs. But I'm not putting money on the latter. One would have to think Chinese Taipei is going to seal the deal here in the 9th inning. So here comes the first offering to the right-handed hitting George. That's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right center field. This ball is going to get trouble, and it's going to be over the head of the right fielder all the way to the wall. Rounding second and heading to third is Kennelly, and George is going to get himself into second base with a double. So that is going to put runners at second and third with nobody out. So Australia, which could have used some of this back in the early going, has 2 on and nobody out here in the 9th, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Alex Hall. Ball was absolutely scorched off the bat at George. Good piece of hitting. He's down 1 for 4 tonight. I ought to get the monkey off his back a little bit. And it's going to bring Hall to the plate. Hall tonight is officially 0 for 2. He has struck out, popped out, and walked. As the first pitch is on the way, it is a fastball that is taken for a called strike. The count goes to 0-1. At this point, Chinese Taipei will be trading runs for outs here. These runs don't mean much. They got the infield back. They just want to get the game over with. As here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike, but they'll be happy in Taiwan tonight as Chinese Taipei has done their part, as they are playing some winning baseball. There is action in the bullpen, though, for Chinese Taipei. They got a couple arms up. I'm not sure why. Why wouldn't you let it bleed out? There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. I have to say that we've been doing this now for a few years on YouTube, and this has been our most viewed game of all of the games, people popping in and popping out. As the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses upstairs. It's now 3-1. We do want to thank all those people who have stuck around for the entire game, whether you listen in or half listen in. That's what I usually do when I'm around my place listening to major league games in the distance. If we're not calling them ourselves, here comes the 3-1 pitch. As the right-hander Wu delivers, fastball swung on, chopped softly over to first, fielded neatly by the first baseman who steps on the bag. That's going to get a run in for the Australians. They're going to cut the lead to 11-3. So a ground out to 3 by Hall. He gets himself an RBI. Coming in to score from third is Kennelly. Advancing to third is George. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Robbie Perkins. Well, for Perkins tonight, he's accounted for 1 of the runs for Australia. He has homered, but he's also struck out a pair of times. And the first pitch on the way to Perkins is a check swing that's fouled off over on the third base side. And the count is quickly no balls and 1 strike. So no balls and 1 strike to Perkins. As the right-hander Wu ready to go to work again. Runner at third and 1 gone. Pitch on the way, fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. Perkins in the tournament 3 for 13, as he has, against the Dominicans the other night, was a one-man wrecking crew as that breaking ball misses down. Count goes to 1-2 on Perkins. Right-hander Wu ready to pitch again. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball taken right down the middle. I'm not sure what Perkins was looking for. He couldn't get a better pitch than that, as he is going to go down on strikes for out number 2. So 2 in the books here. That's going to leave it all up to the left fielder, Solomon McGuire. Once this game is done, we'll give you a roundup when we're finished. As we said, we'll try to speculate what we're looking at, but I have a feeling it is going to be Japan and Chinese Taipei moving on to the super round, as there's a fastball that misses upstairs to McGuire. They appeal to the third base umpire, but they say he didn't go. McGuire has a homer and 3 trips. He's also popped to third and struck out. As the right-hander holds set. Now delivers. Fastball misses inside. The count now goes to 2-0 on McGuire. This game here, 4 hours and 7 minutes to play. Just like last night we were saying, and here comes the catcher out to the mound, and the manager's coming out. I hope we're not going to make a pitching change here at this point in the game. You got 2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs and a runner on third. Let's just finish the ball game here. I was just about to say we've been at it for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Reminds me of a New York Yankee-Boston Red Sox game where the games just drag on forever. Well, this game had been a close game up until about the 6th inning, and then that's when the spread was put on. Australia was hanging around, but they really had some opportunities early in the game, and they couldn't cash in. It could have changed the momentum of the ball game. But the home crowd supporting Chinese Taipei, pretty tough to overcome. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up, foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side. The count now goes to 2-1 on McGuire. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, the right-hander Wu gets a new baseball, and he's ready to go back at it again. As the right-hander holds to the set, here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side. Fielded neatly by the first baseman, Chu, who flips it to the pitcher covering, and that is going to do it. It's going to be a ground out, 3-1, and that will do it for the 3rd out of the inning. And so there was 1 run in the inning for Australia on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. Your final score was Chinese Taipei 11, and the Australians 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a few. We appreciate you guys once again for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this musical timeout, and we'll wrap it up for you when we return. Welcome back, everybody. It is a final score of 11-3 for Chinese Taipei over Australia. Well, Chinese Taipei was all over the score sheet in a lot of the innings, and they just added on in the 7th and the 9th. They got a run in the 1st inning with 2 outs, and that was the story for Chinese Taipei tonight, that a couple of times that they got runs with 2 outs in the inning. 1st inning was one of them. After the first 2 hitters went down, it was Chen walked, and then another walk to Seng. And then it was a RBI single off the bat of Pan that brought in the first run of the ball game. Chinese Taipei then added to it in the 2nd inning, a leadoff walk to Lee. And after the next 2 batters went down, a single by Chen and an RBI single by Lin brought home the 2nd run. Well, the Australians responded in their half of the 3rd inning when Solomon McGuire, making his first start of the tournament, hit a solo shot. That cut the lead to 2-1. But it was Chinese Taipei who kept it on. In the fourth inning, they added 2 more runs to the tally. It was with 2 out when the rally got going. Li Lin, who had a single, he then stole second. There was a walk to Chi Xian Chen to put runners at first and second, and up stepped Song An Xiang, and he doubled home a pair of runs. That made the scoreline at that point 4-1. They added another run in the fifth inning, again with 2 outs. It was a single by Chen, a single by Lin, and an RBI single off the bat of Chi Xian Chen that brought home Chen Wei Chen with the 5th run of the ball game. That made it 5-1. Well, in the 7th inning, Chinese Taipei added 3 more. It was a 3-run shot off the bat of Li Lin, and that increased the scoreline to 8-1. Well, the Aussies got one back in the bottom of the inning on a Robbie Perkins home run to cut the lead to 8-2. But again, it was in the 9th inning when the Chinese Taipei added another 3-run homer to make the scoreline 11-2 at that point. But the Australians added a consolation point in the bottom of the 9th. The leadoff single by Kennelly, a double by George, and then an RBI groundout off the bat of Hall made the scoreline of 11-3, and that was where the final ended. Well, once again, everybody, we appreciate everybody for jumping in tonight. We had a huge stream. It was one of the biggest ones we've ever had. In fact, it was the biggest we've ever had. And we are going to be back on the airwaves again tomorrow. We're going to take a look after the game as we go and take a quick peek at the standings. I do believe it has been decided that it is 3 wins here for Chinese Taipei, with Cuba losing tonight. They fall to 1-3. Australia 1-3, Dominican 1-3. That means that Chinese Taipei has the tiebreaker against Korea, and they are going to go on to the super round. So we'll have to look to see which game was of most interest tomorrow. We'll try to give it to you, and hopefully you guys will be back with us to listen in. More than likely, as far as ball games are concerned tomorrow with regards to the national teams, if I'm just looking ahead, I would probably say that we are more than likely going to be looking at doing the Cuba-Chinese Taipei game, or possibly the game between Japan and the Dominican Republic, but we're leaning towards Cuba and Chinese Taipei, which would go off at North American time, 2:30 Pacific or 5:30 a.m. Eastern time. Once again, everybody, appreciate you guys for being here. We hope you all have a great night. Come on back and see us again tomorrow, as we will do it. And then the super round will start in the week. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you again soon.